Good mornings and welcome to the second day of Asian Dialogue Conference. We are delighted to have you all here, and our session will start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start our sessions right now. And to all our esteemed guests, to excellencies, ladies and gentlemen and friends, it is a pleasure to have you here. So I would like to invite all the guests to be in the room. If you are on a conversation with a coffee, please bring them in and we can start chatting and also start our session right now. Alright, so I think we have all our participants here and we are going to start right now. Thank you very much for your attention and your participation today. My name is Sokchir. I am Sustainability Development Advisor at GIZ, and I'm very honored to be guide you through our agendas today. Our discussion will be centered the key building blocks for the sustainable transformations, ranging from certified biomass to collective action for circularity, and strategies to empower worker voice. Our goal to foster collaborations, exchange knowledge, and drive the meaningful action toward to more sustainable future. And in the garment textile industry. As we all here today, we are privileged to welcome participants from various countries and representative a diverse spectrum of the stakeholders, from governments and policymakers to workers, multi-stakeholder initiative, brand representative, and technical expert. What unites us all is a shared commitment to sustainability, garments, and textile sector. Together, we create the impactful for the change. It is now time to welcome our first speaker of the day, and we please introduce Mr. Max Bergmann, Project Director of GIZ Fabrics, who will set the stage for today's discussions. He will highlight the importance of transitioning the certified plantation biomass and the need for wood sustainable in supply chains. Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Max Bergmann.
Excellency Keo Omalis, Secretary of State from Ministry of Agriculture, dear colleagues, very good morning. I hope some of you had the chance to enjoy a little bit of this beautiful morning outside before joining our conference today. I think some of the participants may be still outside, or they are counting on a start at 9 o'clock, but we have a packed agenda, so it's great to start. And I will also be very short, because I know that there are really a lot of very important things to discuss during this day, and we have a very, very full, substantial agenda. So again, a very warm welcome on behalf of GIZ Fabric. This is the second day of our conference on advancing sustainability. I don't know if you heard about the news coming from Europe that's relevant for our sector. There were actually, because we had discussed the due diligence legislation actually quite a lot yesterday, and there were actually recommendations, I think just coming out yesterday or this morning, our time, to soften the conditions on the due diligence legislation and to significantly revise the proposed legislation that would put conditions on our sector. I guess that's a mixed bag for the participants here. I think some of the producers might actually be happy about softening the conditions because they are afraid of these conditions being delegated to the factories in the regions. There are, of course, others that are pushing for the sustainability in the agenda, in the sector, and that are hoping for an impulse of this legislation. So we will see what the final outcome will be. That's, of course, still part of the negotiations within the EU. But I think irrespective of legislations, the discussions that we are having today are important for the region anyway. Because we are discussing environmental topics, we are discussing topics that are related to workers' welfare, and this is important for the countries in the region, for the people in the region, irrespective of how the target markets for the garment sector are defining the conditions for entry of products. So the topics that we discuss and the improvements that are necessary in these fields are relevant for the societies in the region in any case, and it is also relevant, and that was a big part of the discussion yesterday, that the voice of the region is of course still heard in the discussions about how the due diligence legislation is going to work. And I think yesterday we had the discussion that GIZ Fabric provided quite a lot of platforms for producers to come together, coordinate on positions, and feed into the discussions at European Union level for the future of due diligence legislation, for example. So I hope you found yesterday's sessions as inspiring as I did. We revisited the origins of fabric, reflecting on its achievement and impact over the years. This was followed by group discussions that tackled central and critical questions for the industry. And later we shifted our focus to the future, where I was happy that we were able to present the various partners that are taking over initiatives that were started by GIZ Fabric. So this reaffirms the importance of collaboration, long-term partnerships, and trust in ensuring the sustainability and lasting impact of our work. The topic for today is building blocks for advancing sustainability. And I think we really have identified very important building blocks, very important topics for sustainability, such as biomass, circularity, gender, and workers' rights. So we will start with the environmental topics, beginning with our first session on biomass traceability in Cambodia. The use of wood in the manufacturing process has been a significant issue for the past 2 years. And today we will hear the results of a pilot project where brands and manufacturers have transitioned to certified plantation wood. Following this, we will explore circularity, a topic that has gained immense importance over the past years and continues to grow in relevance with the industry. We will hear experiences and business cases on textile waste management and circularity from various countries in the region. And after the lunch break, we will turn our attention to workers' voices, engagement, and inclusivity efforts, shedding lights on crucial aspects of corporate due diligence and innovative solutions. So thank you very much for being with us today. I'm looking forward to our discussions and wish all of us a great conference day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Max, for insightful remarks. And we are now would like to invite our distinguished guest with us today, His Excellency Kyle Omlis. His speech will focus on the key themes: certified biomass, circular economies, and workforce inclusivity. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Kyle Omlis.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Max Bexman, GIZ, or representative from tax, brands, private sector, governments, and any other organization. Good mornings. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fishery, and on myself behalf, I'm very glad to be able to join this important event to discuss on wood biomass and sustainability. As you know that the Royal Government of Cambodia have put all the effort to make sure that there is a sustainable forest management. That's why in the last few years, we have been set up a huge area for protected area, cover more or less around 40% of the country, which is a lot more than the IG target from the UN CBD, yet which is just 17%. So this is our effort to make sure that we comply to the international standard and commitment. The new Pentagon strategy also focus not only on the food security, but also natural resources management, especially the sustainable forest management. We have laid down some of our target and indicator in our national strategic plan 2024 to 2028, which is focused on promoting trees plantation, forest restorations, especially to balance between the demand and supply of wood use in Cambodia. Taking this opportunity, I would like to also thank to the GIZ for this study for the last few years regarding to biomass. We got a lot of information, feedbacks, and we hear from that also. As you know that wood consumption is very high in Cambodia because of the population increase, a lot of factory, and any other use because of the development in Cambodia is growing quite fast. So demand is still high. But the supply, I must say, still be very small and limited. So we need to consider to make sure that to increase the wood supply as well from the plantation. So we encourage all the private sector to join us in using the illegal wood from the tree plantation or from any other wood from the agriculture products like cashew nut tree and rubber, etc. Also, from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery and the Forestry Administration, they have a representative here. In the last few years, we try to push the agenda for the forest certification scheme. We start doing with the FSC, we start doing FEPC, which Kamagara company already succeed in doing that. At the same time, our ministry would like to introduce our national forest certification scheme also, which is leading by the Forestry Administration. So we are on the right track with sustainability in order to make sure that long term we will have the sustainable supply of wood with the legal source. And from the ministry point of view, this legality of the wood use, not only to make sure that we are using the legal wood, but also this strategy will help to the farmer also to get benefit from that. Because in terms of the wood supply, if we just wait for the private sector to invest on tree plantation or the government to invest in this tree plantation, it will take a long time. But if other private sector and farmer can join us in the scheme, I think it will be more useful. Our neighbors country like Vietnam, the small scale aggressive investment is a big success for Vietnam. So maybe in the long term, the engagement of farmer to invest in tree plantation might be one of the options in the future. From the ministry point of view, we would like to suggest that because this is the transition one, so maybe while we're waiting for the supply, the ministry wants to see any other option for the supply of the biomass, especially the renewable energy from rice husk, because we have a lot of rice husk available. Why don't we use it? Rice straw, also plenty of them. Otherwise they will burn, emission going to the sky. So please consider to have any other option for the renewable energy, plus also other agricultural residue. And we have plenty of that. But the cost of the technology might be high, but maybe I think private sector can do it because they have their own capacity and capability to do it. If we're going to do that, the benefit will go straight to farmer. Why? Because there will be an add value to the agricultural production. If you buy the byproducts, then there will be an add value, so that it fit to our government policy, which is stabilizing crop price for the long term. As you may know, that the rice price in this year, actually this year is going up and down a lot and still going down. So if we have some add value to this crop, it will help the government to stabilize the price as well as to give benefit to the farmer. So this is one of our suggestions. At the end, I would like to thank everyone for listening, and our ministry would like to collaborate with you all and thank GIZ for the initiate this project. I hope it's not stopped here. We should continue for the long term. And also we suggest all the private sector to join with us to make sure that we use all these legal routes and also join with us to help the farmer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for insightful comment from His Excellencies on our topics today. And we are now move on to our first panel expert of the day, which will focus on how certified biomass can contribute to the sustainable transformation. To start, I would like to introduce Mr. Masi Triano, who will provide an overview of why GIZ Fabrics is focusing on the topics, broader impacts of certified biomass in sustainability effort. Please welcome Mr. Masi.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, His Excellency Omalis, for this introduction. You might be wondering all why GIZ Fabric is talking about agriculture. Well, when we explore actionable possibility and practical possibility for the factory to shift to something that is more sustainable, energy came into place, and the energy that is generated in the factory is very important. It happens that in Cambodia, the energy that is generated by the boiler and the steam is mainly driven by wood. Now, without saying where is it coming, that wood, legal, non-legal sources, we would like to mention it that is untraceable wood. It means that we really cannot trace it back. Where is it coming from? And that's where our curiosity was sparked and why we have focused on that. So, in fact, Fabric is a big project. It's going on since long. You know very well. These are the things where we have focused over the years. The climate action training by Christine was one of the main ones. We have energy efficiency programs and also cooperations with switch garments. Before this, we ventured into this sustainable, let's say, certified plantation wood. We had done a study to understand how much wood was there, where was the wood coming from, and if it was really, really practical also in terms of economical terms, right? So, yeah, these are things that I already said, a practical path, a step ahead in compliance. The CO2 emissions are coming up, but above all, there is also the new EU regulations that are coming on deforestation. And therefore, we were able to also spark the participation and the curiosity of the brands that are sourcing in Cambodia because of the new regulations and also because they really wanted to trace back where is the raw material or the source of that energy coming from. No need to go in deep what is the deforestation EU regulation all about, but you can easily read online. Yeah. Next slide. Doesn't work. Can you go manually for the next slide? Yeah. 1 second. Yes. Well, we found out that the consumption of the garment sector in Cambodia, in terms of wood in cubic meter, is around between 700,000 and 1 million cubic meter a year. We also found out that the boilers are most of the time not efficient because the wood is extremely cheap. Is extremely cheap, and then I'll tell you how much is cheap. And there is also enough sustainable wood, or rather than sustainable wood, I prefer to call it certified plantation wood, right? That is going to be, is already now in the market, but that is going to be in the market in the next few years coming from plantations. But it's important that this plantation should be certified, as His Excellency was underlining. Today, only 20% of the wood factory use can be considered sustainable. What does it mean? It means that all the wood that goes into the sector, into the garment sector, only 20% is coming from plantation. Now, talking about how cheap is the wood, if I take the entire energy that I need in my factory, in a garment factory, if I talk about cost, top right, if I talk about cost, 80% in Cambodia is of my cost is for the electricity bill. And the wood is only 19%. So you can understand that is something that it doesn't matter how inefficient the boiler is, because my cost is anyways, 20% of my total cost. But if I take into consideration where is the energy coming from, then 80% of it, 90% rather, is generated by the boiler, and only 10% of it is coming from the electrical machineries. So you can understand that it's much more important, but it costs very little. And that's where we face the first problem. If it costs so little, how would we be able to offer a valuable, auctionable alternative to factories to swap from the wood that they're finding from their wholesaler, wherever, to the certified plantation wood that has a certain organization and needs to come from a precise location in the middle of Cambodia. So this is it. Plantation wood 24%, forest wood 58%. For forest wood, I again underline, it's not always coming from the forest. It's better to name it untraced wood. It's completely unknown. It can be from clearing lands, it can be coming from concessions. It's certainly not coming from an organized agricultural company, a plantation. Now, how much plantation wood is going to be there in the next few years? This is the chart. We have done a study that you can download in the QR code. I think it's quite interesting. As you can see, in the next decade, there will be an explosion of plantation wood availability in the market, but they might not be certified. And that's where the MAF, the ministry focus is, and that's where GERES, which is the organization that is taking the baton of this project over, will focus on. Because yes, fabric is ending, but we have given the baton of this project to another organization, which will continue with the EU funds. Now, this is pretty self-explanatory. I think you can take a picture if you want. I won't go in details, but essentially, there are a few things that you can really, really see. There is no red in the last row, okay? The rest, there is always some dark orange somewhere here or there. But that's because you can trace it, and you can, you know what is your source. These are the brands that have participated to our pilot. They are all in this room. We are very proud to say that this is an initiative that has gone on with a partnership where the brand have participated financially to the study and financially to the consultants. This is a sharing responsibility initiative. We are doing this under a sharing responsibility initiative indicator. And the brands have immensely contributed to the success of this. You will see the success of this in the next presentation. It's not my success, it's the success of the team, really. Sorry, 9 factories have been nominated, in fact 10, and we have then finally focused on 5 factories for various reasons. Also the reason that those 5 factories would have had a financial return and financial benefit from switching to the wood that we wanted to. So it was very focused on a practicality. We obviously will not name the factories, but this is the result. The important thing that I want to highlight is that we had garment factories, normal garment, knit, circular knit. We had a flat knit factories. We had a washing plant. We have a printing unit. And we had also a printing unit, a washing, a flat knit, and 2 garment factories. So we were covering the range of the possible tires, possible suppliers, type. This is what we found. This is what we found. We went factory by factory trying to convince what were their benefits together with the brands. And I have to say there was quite a lot of interest. They were listening also because we explained to them that they were literally not knowing from where was that wood coming or how it was harvested. And we were able to explain that the switch would have been relatively easy because it's wood for wood, so the boiler would not have been requiring any change. And perhaps also the price would have been beneficial for them. No need to read all those benefits that our initiative has brought to all the stakeholders. And not the least is the HIG FEM management related to this initiative. The HIG FEM recently has introduced new questions. Where is the wood coming from that you use in the factory if you use biomass? And if you reply, yes, I have certified wood, you need to actually show your certification in a verification visit, right? So this was also something that really helped our brands to show some results or also some HIG index improvement. So this is it. I would like to thank you for being here, and thanks the team for having this success, and up to the next presentation. I hope I'm on time.
Thank you, Marcis,
Thank you very much.
for a nice presentation. And it's a bit longer than expected, but it's good, interesting, and we can keep chatting over the coffee. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Supananund, Director of Green Move Consulting, to explain about role of wood fuel and boiler efficiencies, highlighting the opportunity provided by the plantation wood. Please welcome Mr. Supana. Thank you.
Yeah, I can sit here. I can stand here. It's okay. Oh, maybe I need a mic. Can I have a mic? One mic, please. I can stand there better. Okay. Good. I think I should stand here, but I cannot see myself here at the screen. Okay. So very good morning, everyone. His Excellency Kai Omelis, and also all the guests. I can see a lot of people. The topic might be very interesting to you. Okay, so to continue to Marcis' message, I will give you a bit more detail of the finding of the project that we support GIZ to implement during the last 1 year. Okay, so I will emphasize the supply side, demand side, and then how wood is being used in the garment factory in terms of energy efficiency of the steam boiler and the steam system itself, and then try to identify the opportunity and challenge of the project itself. Okay, so as you can see, garment factory need a lot of energy, especially thermal one. So they need it for ironing, they need it for the washing, dyeing, and drying, as well as fabric relaxation. So in order to meet this thermal energy demand, normally steam is very common energy sources. And in Cambodia, if you observe, most of the steam is made by biomass in terms of wood log as an energy input. So based on the study of GIZ, led by GIZ in 2021, we estimated the consumption in the factory was around 0.7 million cubic meters. So if you multiply it around 0.4 ton per cubic meters, and then you can get also a ton, like somewhere around 0.3 million ton. 0.3 million tons. So right now, the demand go up, maybe reaching almost 1 million already. But if you see biomass or wood consumption as a whole in Cambodia, it's a lot bigger than this. Somewhere close to 8 million cubic meters a year. That is based on the IEC's energy balance for Cambodia. Okay, so however, we can see a trend that the boiler has been shift away from wood. If you observe here, from 2016 to 2021, you can see the number of electric boiler increased significantly. You can see from 55 in 2016 to 500 plus of boiler in 2021. So this is the boiler register at the Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation. So it covers the whole industry sector, not only garment, footwear and travel goods, okay? So that is the trend that we can see. However, if you observe the wood portions of it, it's still quite significant, which is from 389 in 2016, and it's go up to 418 in 2021. Okay, so if you observe, most of the wood is being consumed in the most demand of steam process. For example, sweater and denim, because in sweater you need washing, you need dyeing, and you need a lot of steam. where electric boiler cannot supply enough steam, or if you decide to go to electric boiler to supply those steam, you will have to spend a lot of money, yeah, especially in Cambodia where electricity is, significantly high. So if you observe in the spot where steam demand is less, so shifting away from firewood is a lot happening there. So as you can see, significant, like almost 50% of the steam boiler is from electric type. Okay, so there are three tiers of ensuring sustainability of wood consumption in the factory. So the first tier is the best, where you can have sustainable forest management. So it's in terms of PEFC or FFC certificate, but that one requires a significant amount of effort because you need to make sure that the plantation is well managed and sustainability managed. And then after you have the forest plantation being certified, maybe you need also a chain of custody to ensure that from the source of the wood to the end consumer is well traced. So that is the chain of custody certificate. And then at the garment factory, you consume that wood. But you see, all of this before was used as high-end, maybe high-end product, not for the wood being used as a fuel, because that will be not very expensive, like wood that you use for furniture, or the wood that can be used for the purpose of maybe paper manufacturing, for example. So right now we try to apply, to recommend the use of certification basis for ensuring the sustainability consumptions of the wood in the garment factory. So the tier 2, meaning you have ensure the chain of custody. This is where we do our pilot in this project, okay? And at the tier 3, meaning at the gate control, you control the type of wood, meaning if it is forest wood, you reject it. If it is plantation wood, there is less risk, so you accept it. Or maybe you can also control based on the legality of the supplier. Okay, so this is the supply size of the firewood that is potential. So I strongly agree with His Excellency Cap Omelis that if we cover the smallholder, meaning there are enough firewood there from the plantation's source. For example, cashew nut, if you see, it's close to 1 million hectare already. And then from rubber tree, it's 0.4 million hectare. And mango plantation, there are 0.15 million hectare. So if you consider like 500 trees per hectare, and then you see how much biomass is available for meeting the demand in the industry. Okay, so based on the study, you can see tier 1 so far in Cambodia, availability is very limited, only 3,000 cubic meters per year. So we don't have it so far plenty in Cambodia for the demand. So happy to hear that the Ministry of Agriculture is preparing to have a national certification scheme, so that maybe in the future to come, the tier 1 and tier 2 can increase further to meet the demand in the industry. So if you see, the demand was projected at 0.7 million, while the supply side, if you add up from tier 1 to tier 3, can meet those demand already. So meaning that is the work that we need to do, is to support the supply side to be certified, to have a certificate for the wood to supply to the industry. Okay, so this is the 9 factory that we that participate in the wood transitions work. So you can see the profile of the wood demand. and also the price of the wood, I mean the current price that they purchase, so in terms of US dollar per metric ton. So you can see that the lowest here is around 36 per ton, which is very cheap in general if you observe with the calorific value of around 4,000 kilocalorie per kilogram, I mean 3,000 to 4,000 per kilogram, and the price is only $36, so it's very cheap. So compared with coal, if you see, even it is 6,000, but the price is 120 to more than that, okay? And you see that the sawdust pallet is around 120. So this is why wood is still very much competitive, and it still support the industry to have a very low cost steam for their process needed. So the significant amount here, I mean the most important point here is the greenhouse gases emission from using uncertified wood, meaning if you don't have the certified wood, meaning it considered as not sustainable one. So greenhouse gases emission from burning those wood is quite significant, okay? So this is how the wood is stored in the factories. We can observe that it's not very much well managed in the factory. We can observe it's wet during the rainy season, but of course, I mean, it's also benefit during the dry season. So it is half and half, because in dry season in Cambodia, we have a lot of sunlight. So if you keep wood outside, you can also get it dry. And we also observe that most of the wood are not properly seasoned, meaning if you want to have a proper firewood, you need around 7 months seasoning, meaning it will keep and dry down, and then the best you will get somewhere around below 15% of moisture, so that will be the best firewood. But if you observe here, most of the wood being used in the factory is above that threshold, 21%, the maximum you can observe here, 22% of average moisture, so it's quite wet. And if you observe, there are also a lot of opportunity in the steam system and the boiler efficiency itself. I will present the boiler efficiency in the next slide, but if you observe, there are some opportunity in the steam system in terms of not properly insulations. There is no steam meter. Most of the factory that we audit, like 9 out of 10, there is only one that has steam meter, I mean, installed. So it is because it's quite expensive for the steam meter. And of course, there's leakage there, obvious, and there's not good practice, like you bypass the steam trap, it's observed. So you can further improve from time to time. So this is the boiler efficiency that we conduct the audit. If you can see, the average efficiency was only 46%. So if the factory is located in Canada, you don't have a chance, I mean, to operate the boiler at this low efficiency, because there is a minimum energy performance standard that you cannot use boiler, I think, below, right now, it's 80% already. So in Cambodia, we don't have that minimum energy performance standard, so factory can have opportunity to run the boiler, even its efficiency as low as 19%. You can imagine 80% of the energy that you put into your boiler goes to waste. Okay, so this is the common practice that you can improve the performance, as well as the opportunity that you can improve your sustainability in the steam system, boiler and system. So first of all, I think you need to ensure that cleaning, and you can also install the descaling. So there is a technology that you can install. It descale the scaling inside your boiler, because it's very hard going inside the boiler. So there is a system you can do it by keep it clean from all time. And then the installer steam trap, it's significant, because if you run the steam without trap, all your steam will go to the drain, or you can observe a lot of flash steam around your factory. And of course, I mean, the seasoning of your wood is also help because it reduces the moisture, and maybe you can protect the wood from the rain, so it will not get wet. So we try with, we have already pilot with 5 factories with the wood tracing, and then we do the on-site to verify how it is look like, I mean, before and after the use of certified plantation wood. So until February 19, here are the list of 5 factories and amount of their wood purchased, and in terms of cubic meter and ton, okay? So in total, if you see here, they already purchased 700 cubic meters or 300 ton of wood with certified, I mean, chain of custody certified wood from Camagra. So here is the wood trace developed by the project to support the traceability of the wood from the supply side, meaning Camagra, okay, to each factory. So meaning every wood that purchased need to be registered at the gate of Camagra, and when the wood arrive at the factory, it has to be registered on the website. It's web-based. You can use telephone, you can use computer, and then you need to provide information in terms of invoice amount, in terms of cubic meters, and then the track number. So we make sure that the track leaving Camagra factory that is certified wood plantation, arriving in the factory is the same. And then there is a database that you can view, like how much wood being sold by Camagra and how much wood being consumed in each and every factory. There is a database developed, and we can trace from time to time. And this is the result. For the summary of the 5 factories, you can observe 4 out of the 5 has the positive result, except 1, because they use cashew nut wood, which is very cheap, something like $15 per cubic meters or around $40 per ton, which is very cheap, and their boiler is significantly high. So when we compare, it's turned out to be negative in terms of economic, but in terms of environment, it's, they can save significant amount of greenhouse gases, something like 777 tons a year. But besides that, one of the factory has changed their boiler with a new boiler, so which led to the projected saving was around $0.4 million a year for one factory. So you can see that that is quite substantial in terms of saving. And thing that you can observe is the per ton of steam it reduced. So you can see that for the first factory, the baseline is $20 per ton. After switching, it's 18. So you save $2 per ton of steam. So imagine if you use 1,000 of ton of steam per year, and then you can see the saving you can get. And again, I mean, the last one, that is the washing plant. If you observe, before the switching to new boiler, the steam cost is very high because the boiler efficiency is very low, like 19% only. So you see the steam cost is $32 per ton. After switching to new boiler and certified plantation wood, the steam cost is only $19 per ton, so which is very good. So the challenge that we identify is still, I mean, even we know that forest wood is not sustainable, we can observe the forest wood being consumed in the garment factory. So there is a lack of transparency. We cannot trace back. Trace back to the source of the wood where it was sourced. And then lack of awareness is also the challenge we identify, because they don't know that there is certified plantation wood out there that they can buy from. And the limited supply of plantation wood, as you already see, tier 1 and tier 2 is only around 70,000 cubic meters supply potential only for now. But in the future, if we can provide certification to small holder, I think the supply can be increased. And then perception of price, they compare only per cubic meters. But you see, cashew nut wood per cubic meters, it is around 300 kilogram only. But certified plantation wood per cubic meters, you can get somewhere around 450, 420 per cubic meters. So you should not compare per cubic meter. You should compare per kilogram of wood or maybe per gigajoule of the energy you purchase. And of course, I mean, opportunity and way forward, we need to enhance transparency by maybe if we can scale this up further to cover more factory, because you see, this is only 5. We have 1,700 something large factory in Cambodia. If we can scale this up to cover, meaning, yeah, we can improve the sustainability in the industry in a better way. So maybe with support from Ministry of Agriculture, supporting the smallholder to be certified, and then we have maybe enough for the whole factory. Okay, so we need also third-party audit and certification to ensure credibility of the supply, and digital tracking system should be further scale up. Yeah, so we can reuse or remove completely from the reliance on the forest wood. Okay, so I don't have time anymore, but this is the slide that is very important. Give me just 1 more minute. That is the policy recommendation that we want to send the message across to especially government representative and the brand. So of course, I mean, you can see that for the government, maybe if the government can have the certification scheme in Cambodia, it helps a lot, because this to ensure the supply side of it. And then for the brand, if the brand can mandate their factory, their supplier, that it's clear that no forest wood is allowed, so meaning it is at least better. So, and also make key message, I mean clear and key message from the brand help a lot, because as you can see, we respect client very much, because client is the bloodstream of the company. So when clients say that no forest wood, you cannot go beyond that, because it's a red line for the factory to follow, for example. And then industrial association, so as association you can promote, support the adoptions of certified plantation wood, maybe from tier 3, tier 1 is the best. So yeah, you can also support the policy development. So I think I don't have time anymore. Maybe if allow during the discussion, you can ask a question. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Mr. Sopanas for explaining very well on the opportunity and recommendation, but due to the time constraints, I would like to move forward and invite Ms. Sarah Stefanskis, the Vice President of VI Corporations, to share the commitments toward to the deforestation and how the initiative contributes to the sustainable sourcing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sopana, for that context. That was great. My presentation will be less technical for sure. So it's an honor to be here today with all of you. Thank you to GIZ for having me here to participate in this event and give me the opportunity to share some of VF's work on environmental sustainability and social responsibility in our supply chain. As for me, I lead VF's global responsible sourcing function. I'm based in Singapore. As part of my role, I oversee a variety of sustainability and responsible sourcing initiatives ranging from factory compliance to environmental sustainability, safety, workers' rights, and community development. Let's see if this works. There we go. So for those of you who don't know VF, we're one of the world's largest footwear, apparel, and accessory companies. We're based in the United States, and we have a collection of very well-known brands that I think most of you would know and hopefully own, like the North Face, Vans, Timberland, Dickies, and a few others. And we operate our business with a shared purpose, and that's to use our performance to better people and the planet. And we're committed to operating responsibly, and we aim to make a positive impact on people, communities, and the environments that we all share. So for me, as a sustainability professional, I feel really fortunate to work for an organization that values people and the planet to such an extent, and puts the resources behind our commitments to enable meaningful work to get done on the ground. So in VF's supply chain, we estimate that we reach millions of people globally across many tiers by way of 147 Tier 1 vendors. In Cambodia specifically, we work with about 43 factories, which provide employment to roughly 67,000 people that work on our products every day. And we know our impact on people and the environment is significant, with raw material extraction and processing and production accounting for about 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions in our supply chain. So we have a big opportunity to exert our influence and leverage to create positive change. My team and I, and actually my team is over there, some of them anyway, in the back, we believe that every person working in a facility making VF products, or any products for that matter, must be treated with respect in the workplace, make it home safely to their loved ones at the end of every day, and have access to healthy, sustainable living environments. So VF has publicly communicated commitments, targets, policies, and standards on social and environmental topics where our expectations don't vary based on where we're doing business or what sort of business functions are being conducted. We believe that everyone deserves to be safe, respected, and live in a healthy environment. So here's just a snapshot of some of our key policies and commitments. They're all available on our website for review. But why does sustainability and social responsibility matter to us at VF and the footwear and apparel industry more broadly? In my view, these topics are no longer nice to haves. These are crucial issues to address for long-term business continuity in a very rapidly changing world. So when VF was approached to participate in the GIZ pilot, we saw this as a really good opportunity to work with others in our industry to explore solutions for an important environmental issue, deforestation. And this pilot offered potential risk reduction solutions, the ability to trace wood fuel sources which support a more sustainable, more responsible production environment. So in alignment with our company's commitments and practices, we gladly joined. Our first few steps involved being clear about which factories in Cambodia producing for VF used wood as fuel in the first place, right? We've got to understand how we're working here. So for this, we utilized data collected from the HIG FEM, which Masi mentioned earlier. That's the Facility Environmental Module. And the FEM is an industry tool that's used to measure and evaluate environmental impacts of a manufacturing facility, and it assesses aspects like water usage, waste management, energy consumption, and chemical management. It also lets companies identify areas for improvement in those spaces, in those production processes. So utilizing the FEM data that we collect from our suppliers annually, we cross-check that data with our team on the ground here in Cambodia to confirm that those factories actually are using wood as a fuel source. And after that exercise, we contacted those in-scope factories to better understand what are they using, how much are they using, what are their experiences with this via a survey. And then finally, our team from Singapore came to Cambodia last July to visit with those factories, along with our local team, to confirm and discuss their inputs and to introduce the GIZ pilot to them. So through the pilot, the in-scope factories, their boilers were assessed, as Sapana mentioned. Factory management received information on potential costs and benefits of switching to plantation wood, or if those factories were already using plantation wood, the benefits of being able to trace those sources back to the point of origin. And as part of the pilot, there was identification of plantations in Cambodia offering suitable plantation wood that could be utilized for boilers in factories. And through collaboration with our factories, the pilot partners, we were able to better understand the business case for transitioning to new sources of wood, such as Camagra, which holds PEFC chain of custody certification. So I'm happy to say that to date, 2 out of 5 of the VF supplier factories that are utilizing wood have made this transition as part of the GIZ pilot. And we're now continuing the conversation with all of our in-scope factories on traceability options and piloting those tools as well. And through this work, our objective is really to support our supplier partners on sourcing traceable wood, right, that doesn't contribute to deforestation and provides a market signal that customers, brands are interested in certified wood, hopefully generating that interest and generating that scalability. And this gives suppliers, it gives VF, it gives our customers and other stakeholders more confidence that our operations are not contributing to deforestation in Cambodia. Another area that I want to spend just a few minutes on is traceability. It's extremely important. It's how you gain visibility into your supply chain and how you can better understand where your products, your materials, and other inputs are coming from and who is making them at every step of the way. VF's been embracing and working on transparency and traceability for many, many years, but why are we so focused on that? Well, it's because the majority of our environmental and social impacts occur in the supply chain, and the more upstream you go, the more impact you see. This is why transparency into how we work, where we work, is a foundational element for an effective due diligence process. So if we want to achieve our environmental sustainability goals, or our vision of responsible production, and also to comply with certain regulations, either existing or upcoming, we need to know where our materials are originating from and how they're treated at every step of the supply chain. So we understand at VF that as a large purchaser of materials, we have a lot of power to influence our upstream supply chain to reduce those environmental impacts and strengthen the communities where they operate. And given the complexity of our supply chain, I actually picked a quite simple example to put up on the screen here, but if you go on our website, you can see some other mapping examples where it's very complex. Things are going all over the place. So given this complexity, we have to leverage the ability to trace these products and materials to support our compliance with our own policies, responsible materials and sourcing policies, any trade regulations, and any other applicable laws that we are subject to as an international global company. So this system also helps us monitor for risks, right? Human rights risks, water scarcity, deforestation concerns, and pollution throughout our supply chain. So as part of the GIZ pilot, we're working with our suppliers in Cambodia and other project partners to really improve the traceability of that wood that's used for fuel in the factory boilers. And this helps us understand more clearly where the wood is coming from and if we need to work with our factory partners to make any sort of switch. So to us, traceability and transparency are foundational to us as a starting point for many other workstream requirements. So our planet is facing really unprecedented environmental challenges, right? Climate change, resource depletion, waste generation, they threaten the very ecosystems that we all rely on, right? Our ecosystems are what support the lives of ourselves, of our families, of the food we eat, the water we drink, and the places that we live and we work. But these ecosystems also support businesses, right? So where can we source raw materials from? What type of energy can we use to power our operations? What kind of talent can we hire to support our work? We need energy, we need water, we need raw materials, we need human capital to run all of our operations. And we know that our industry in apparel and footwear can be resource intensive. And we know we have to play a part in reducing our contribution to climate change. So we see that existing and upcoming regulations globally, spanning both the environmental and the social topics, require significant transparency and traceability into the upstream supply chain. Some of them also require companies like ours reporting on information and data that we've never had to do before. So these are fundamental shifts that all of us collectively will have to navigate and address and improve upon in the coming years. So no matter where you are in your environmental sustainability or responsibility journey, there are things you can do today to prepare your business and your brand and for government requirements. Understanding your company's risks is a good first step. What are the requirements of your stakeholders as well is important to understand. Whether your key stakeholders are consumers, brands, investors, factories, employers, employees, regulatory bodies. Knowing who is important in your business and what their needs are in relation to actual and potential impacts is the foundation of doing anything else, anything related to environmental or social improvements. But let's just take a pause to kind of look around the room today at our colleagues here. We have to acknowledge that the reality is that our decisions, both individually and collectively, can have a positive or a negative impact on people and on the planet. So in my time in this industry, I've seen very enlightened factory managers and teams that recognize the value of investing and participating in environmental improvements at their workplaces. They've seen the value of creating workspaces that are respectful and safe for the people working there. But unfortunately, I've also seen workers and farmers, mothers and daughters and sons who are treated poorly in factories. They're working in conditions that neither you nor I would ever tolerate. I've seen polluted rivers that are so many colors, you can't even really tell if it's actual water or not. And I would guess that many of you in the room have also seen these conditions in our industry at some point in your career. And I think that we can all agree this is not acceptable and we can do better. I believe in an apparel and footwear industry that leaves nobody behind, that provides healthy and safe working conditions to all workers, protects our planet from further harm, and lifts people in their communities out of poverty conditions. Our impact, whether it's positive or negative, whether it's meeting basic compliance requirements or striving to go beyond compliance requirements, is in our hands, and these are all our choices to make every day. So I call on everyone in the room, each of you, to join me and our friends at GIZ to learn from each other, to join hands, and to start working together to make our industry, our planet, and our impact on people a little bit better every day. So with that, I'd like to thank GIZ for inviting me to today's event, and many thanks to everyone here for their time and dedication to working together toward a more resilient and responsible future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Ms. Saras, and this is great to hear your strong commitment to sustainability. And finally, I would like to invite Dr. Nis Asmund. We'll discuss about involvement of leading the plantations and benefit of obtaining the international certification.
Just here. Okay, good morning, everyone. What I would like to do in the short time I have, just to show you how a forest plantation, our operation is working, and how we manage it, and how we ensure that the certified wood has the right way to the factory. So basically what we mean when we talked about, when we are talking about certified wood, the plantation must be certified. We need to make sure that all the wood that comes to the factory comes only from a certified source and not from the natural wood. And from plantations can be also cashew and rubber, as mentioned before, but still it's plantation and not natural forests. When we talk about plantation, it's a long process, and it's important to understand it because it costs money, and it should be surely recognized, and that's why it's much more, usually more expensive than just going to the forest and harvest illegal wood. So we have everything from A to Z. We have our nursery, we produce the seedling, we're planting, and then we manage the plantations. It's around 7 years till harvesting. where we have to do road maintenance, fire breaks, maintaining the plantations, and so on. And then when we come to harvest, we usually have two types of, in the plantation we divide it into two types of wood, of raw material. We have what we call the commercial wood that goes to processing in our factory for veneer or for lumber. And then all the rest, all the residues in the plantations are considered as a fuel wood. When we're talking about the residues of fuel wood, we have two types of residues that are that we can sell as fuel wood. In the plantations, everything that left after we took everything to our factories, there is a lot of still a lot of logs and branches stay there. We have a specific contractors that come and do this work. They take whatever they can, and then they clean the site so we can immediately replant the site. And then we have all the residues in the factories. From the veneer, we have the log cores that left is the last 3 centimeters of core that we cannot peel. And the sheets that left and all the residues from the lumber production. When we're coming to talk about types of fuel wood that we can produce from our residues, so on the left side you can see we can have charcoal and we can have wood pellets. This is much more expensive products that need more processing, and usually wood pellets are done for big power plants, not for boilers. The cost is around, as mentioned before, $120 per cubic meter, so it's not, we cannot use it for boilers. But we have other products. You see on the right, we have all, we can do just sending the logs to the factories. That's what usually is done now. We have wood chips, and we can produce wood briquettes. The most easy and common one is to check just the logs, to cut them, load the trucks. It can be, usually they cut them around 1 meter or 1.5 meters. Some boilers need it to be smaller, so the cost is a bit higher. But that's the way they do it. They clean the area, they pile it, and then they load the trucks and send it to the factories. The other thing is using briquettes. That's an experiment we did about 6 years ago here in Cambodia with wood briquettes. The wood briquettes had a lot of advantages, although they're a bit more expensive. But first of all, they must be extremely dry, because otherwise you cannot compress and produce the briquettes. So you have to dry first the wood. And then you can easily store them in places near the boiler and not leave them outside. So you don't have to waste a lot of energy to dry the wood, because it was standing out, especially in the rainy season. Just to show you how it works. Oops, I hope it's going to work. This is here in pan. So they bring the pellets very close to the boiler, very 6 minutes, ready to use, and the calorific value is very high, very. But the point is that the price is a bit higher, and that's why we never were able to do it. Then from the veneer production, we produce, this is another contractor that does it. They chip the sheets, and then all this material goes to a Chipmong cement factory in Kampot. They use it for their boilers. And all the sticks from the veneer, and on the back there, the residues from the lumber. There's also, we have a lot of small contractors that come and take it and sell it wherever they want. And it's quite, it's really a good wood. It's already dried and can be very easily used for boilers. Now, again, to ensure the supply, so first of all, we have to make sure that the source is of course certified, but we have to also follow up the way from the of the raw material from the plantation to the factory to make sure that nothing is happening on the way, that the way it loads in the plantation, that's the way it arrives, exactly the same way it arrives to the factory. And in the factory, it's very important that there will be some kind of scanning of the material coming in, and if it's not certified, it just shouldn't let it come in, which is unfortunately doesn't happen at the moment, but that's what we like to see. Just to show you the system, how it works to make sure that we make sure that it's certified. So in the plantations, we have our monitoring team. They are controlling the contractor that just take the commercial material to our factory. And then he provide the driver with a receipt, his name, time, amount of loaded material, name of the driver, the truck number, everything, all those details. And then he leaves the plantation, goes to the factory. When he arrives to the gate, in the gate, again, the guard there monitoring, just making another report of what he sees arriving, and the time. The most important is the time, so that we know when it leaves, when it comes into the factory, and then it arrives to the factory. Again, the manager of the factory do the same process, checking the truck, checking the list, checking what he has, and then it unloads and goes. All this data is sending to our administration, and then it processes. They just compare all the results that we have from the different sources, and we keep the records in our head office in Phnom Penh. So in this way, we make sure that all the way from the plantation to the factory, everything is really clear and without any mistakes on the way. And so this material is already certified, and then the raw materials that come from here is also will be certified as long as we continue the system. So, but when we're talking about raw material go to the garment factories, the point is that it goes from the plantation straight to the garment factories. So the process is about the same. We have our monitoring team making records of each truck that leaves the plantation. They send it to our guys and to the GIZ, as you saw the system before, and to the garment factory. So when it arrives to the garment factory, the guys there, the purchasing guy or the one who's in charge on the raw material, should again look at everything. We compare that everything is right according to what the original receipt, and then we can make sure that it's all certified. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Niaz Mons. And we are heading to the panel discussion right now. And I would like to invite Marcis to moderate this session. And this panel discussion will focus on the shift from untraced wood to certified plantation wood. Welcome our panelists and also Marcis to be on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. We don't have too much time. I have a battery of questions that I prepared for our panelists, but in the meantime, if you have some questions, just raise your hand and I will adjust my question time to the audience one, please. I would prefer the audience questions rather. So please let me know if anyone has questions. anywhere. So, the only person that we didn't meet today officially and formally is Mr. Jan. He is an expert on forestry. If you happen to have a video call with him, he will reply to you from an office full of plants at the back. It's quite nice to see. And he has greatly contributed to the study and to the field research that we have done together with Green Move. They are a team of consultants. So we are very happy to have him today. And indeed, I will start with a question for you, since you did not go on the stage today. Jan, what do you think are the main difficulties in tracking and verifying whether the wood is used in the garment factories is truly from certified plantation and not from other sources? Thank you.
Well, first, thank you, Messi. Thank you for the kind words, and GIZ for the invitation. I think there are a couple of key challenges. I think historically there was little interest in this issue, so that was really the main barrier. But we have seen things change a lot in the past years, both from the government working on illegal logging, working to enforce regulation, promote certification, TAFTAC, industries really pushing factories to shift to sustainable wood, brands, so there's lots of things happening. Now the main challenge that remain is how the supply chain is structured, because if you're a garment factory, you don't buy directly from the source. You will buy from a middleman. So the middleman will typically be an informal business that have trucks and that knows where to buy wood and knows where to sell wood. In the best case, you have only one middleman, but sometimes you have several middlemen. These are informal, they are not certified. And so that creates lots of difficulty to know where the wood comes from. And it will be very hard to get this middleman certified because they don't have accounting, they are informal businesses and so on. So you really have an issue working with them to be able to connect the source from the buyers. So as part of the pilot, we worked with Camagra to develop this simple app to be able to have Camagra recorded the sale, the factory recording the purchase, and match this link. But then the issue for the sector as a whole is that you have very little plantations that are certified. So you need to have a diverse supply. You cannot rely only on certified acacia because virtually there's only Camagra that have a certificate today. So you need a diversified supply. And so then you need to be able to verify the wood that you use. And in the short term, you don't have enough certified wood, so you need to have a different tier. And that's why we promote this 3-tier approach, where we try to push everyone to stop using forest wood today. So you need to verify the wood and then progressively shift. But if you start to ask everyone to shift to certified wood, you will have fraud and people will cheat. So we need to have a pragmatic approach.
Yes, indeed. I agree with you. The second question is actually for Sarah. It doesn't happen that often that brands or private companies are participating so enthusiastically to one of the initiatives that are going on in the development sectors. That is due to various reasons, but I would like to ask you a couple of questions. One is if you think that this was a useful initiative and a successful initiative, and the second one is what role should brands play in fostering the adoption of traceable certified plantation wood in factories?
Yeah, thanks, Masi. So I think from our perspective, it was certainly a worthwhile initiative to participate in. I think the factories that we enrolled and participated benefited also from the consultation process, having their boilers looked at, understanding there were other options out there that could actually even reduce their costs was beneficial just for them. And for us, it was also helpful to better understand the landscape of who is using wood in Cambodia as fuel and how to engage for common objectives. I think sometimes, our factory partners don't fully understand all of their customers' requirements, right? So they have many customers and everyone has sometimes different standards, different requirements. So it was helpful to have that specific engagement with our factories on this specific topic so they can understand where VF's stance is, why it's important to us, regulatory environment, which I think also helped the communication and relationship to move forward toward more traceable plantation wood in the future. So yeah, beneficial, definitely. Something that we want to continue to engage in and pursue, especially in terms of tracing any wood that's continued to be used in any of our factories in Cambodia. And I think the role that brands can play in this space is, as I mentioned, making their stance and requirements clear to all of their stakeholders, their factory partners, their pilot project partners, or any other program partners that they might be engaged in. Sometimes I think it's taken for granted, like, oh, we're a big brand, everyone knows what our standards or requirements are. It's not true. So being communicative and clear about it is always going to be helpful. I think understanding also the impacts a brand might have in this space, so doing that landscaping analysis, where are we sourcing from, what sort of inputs are our factory partners using, what are those impacts overall, and where do we need to pay attention is really important for brands to engage in and also share with their supply chain. In terms of certifications, in Cambodia, as mentioned, it's quite limited. So we have to, as brands, send that market signal that we're interested, or we require it, or this is the future, so let's all, look into this and try to move forward. I think sending that market signal really supports government bodies to say, oh, people working in our country are interested in this, let's look into it. So it's really about engagement and communication of shared objectives and priorities.
Thank you. There's a question. Stacy, of course.
Sorry, yeah, I have actually two questions, if I'll just put it out there. One is for VF. Is the certified plantation, sourcing certified plantation wood for you a long-term strategy? And if not, are you looking at electrification, and how much research have you done on that for your Cambodian suppliers? And then for Sopana from Green Move, I just wanted to ask a question. You made a comment earlier about certified plantation wood having less emission. So can you provide some logic behind that? Is it because it has a piece of paper, or is there a scientific reasoning? Thank you.
I'll answer first. So certifications are part of our preferred commitment to sourcing materials in a more responsible and sustainable manner. The availability of certifications is a challenge, not just in Cambodia, but in other places around the world as well. I think they offer a standardized, trustable approach to many of the issues that we face as brands. I hesitated a little bit on trustable because throughout my years in the sustainability space, there's always a conversation around certifications, who's doing the auditing, how is that information looked at. So I think the engagement of brands and certification bodies can also play a role in bolstering the quality and trustworthiness of those certifications for the market as a whole. So that is something that we engage in as VF. So it's part of our preferred options, and we engage in different angles to make sure that we can trust those certifications and that our consumers can have confidence that those certifications on their materials are something that they can believe and stand by. And I'm sorry, I missed the second part of your question for me. Electrification. Honestly, we haven't started looking into that yet as a strategic choice. It's definitely something that's on our radar. also really specific to which country and where you're doing business. Electrification depends on how that grid is being electrified. So we also want to understand, you know, if we tell all our factories, please switch to an electric boiler, is that really better from an impact point of view or not? So it's an assessment that we are still to do.
Yes, I would like to add a few things about the electrification. As you see, Sopana showed the number of electrical boilers are going up, but it does not fully reflect the trend in the garment sector. In Cambodia, the wood is still so cheap and the electricity cost is so high that is not, you really need to make your homework before investing in the electrical boiler in Cambodia. There are some advantages. If you have a few lines running, it's obviously better an electrical boiler by line, so you can switch on and off efficiently when you need it. But you obviously need to have, you are always have a peak and the low season. You need to study the cost, and the investment is not insignificant, it's substantial. That's why electrical boiler would be the optimal solution at the moment, considering also the RE share in the grid in Cambodia, etc., etc. But it was unpractical. And that's why we decide, let's have an actionable, something that they don't have to modify in the factory, and that's the plantation wood, so that we can start immediately and show some results immediately. Yes, Sopana, second question is for you about the CO2 emission. I know there is a debate, and as well as there are debatable all the carbon credit that are out there, but we can discuss. Sopana, you are the expert.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. I think this is very important, and maybe we need 2 or 3 PhD to answer your question. Yeah, in general, I mean, just to emphasize about the, Masi mentions about using electricity to generate steam. I can give you a cost. Even you have 100% efficiency boiler for electricity, the cost is around $100 per ton of steam. So compare with, you see, if you use certified plantation wood with 50% efficiency, only 50%, the cost of steam is somewhere $20. You see, it's 5 times different. So this is why if we have to recommend or maybe enforce the factory to switch to electricity to generate steam, you have to make sure that you provide them enough other benefit to cover that cost to spend on the steam. For example, you increase cost premium for the product to be purchased, for example, that will work. But if the big system like maybe jean, sweater, it's very challenging, yeah, to tell you. And then with regard to the emissions, why emission from certified wood is 0? Yeah, I think I will give it to Jan, because we developed an explanation note recently, so Jan is supporting us on that. So over to you, Jan.
So first, I must say that's the hardest question anyone could ask, so thank you. That's a question that honestly don't have a good answer. It doesn't exist, and it will never exist, I think. Why? Because wood is really between land, forest, and energy. And it's really at the middle between the two. And it's very easy to count the emission twice, or to count it never. So how do you attribute the part of something that happened in the forestry sector to the energy sector? And how do you make that link? And how do you estimate whether that link is sustainable or not? They try to address that on carbon projects for cook stove, water filters, biogas, and so on. And they use parameters that try to estimate how much of this wood is renewable. There's very advanced modeling to do it, and none of them really work, to be honest. So we use a very simple stand, is to say, if you have proof that it's sustainable, consider this carbon neutral and it's 0. If not, consider it's fully non-renewable and you account for all the emission. It's very simplistic, it's not at all perfect, but the alternative is what is happening now, is that you don't account it at all. The rule for greenhouse gas inventories at the scale of a country or an organization is biomass. You can record it, but you don't count it. So if you do that, you have zero incentive to switch from illegal wood from the national park to the residues of Camagra. Even more, you will increase your emissions because you will use a bit more. So it's very simplistic, but at least it represents a bit better the reality, meaning that the wood from Camagra will regrow in 7 years, something like that, while wood from deforestation will never come back. So, yeah. We published a note to try to explain the thinking. I think industry stakeholders should gather and try to agree on methodology accounting for that.
Any other question from the public? Yeah? Richard?
Hi everyone, it's great to see this and great to see factories using certified wood. I think WWF has been involved a lot in this topic for the last 5 or 6 years, and I think this is a really important contribution. I guess my question, I think, referred to some slides that Sapana made on the availability of cashew and rubber wood, because it seems that this is with acacia, but the big area is for cashew and rubber. So I guess how do you see that path to also certifying that huge amount of wood in Cambodia, but that maybe tends to be a bit less structured as an industry? So I don't know if it's Nia or Jan or others that want to get that, and that's what we see the factories really using at the moment.
So the question is, we have lots of cashew wood, lots of rubber wood with smallholders, and how we get them certified.
Maybe it's for you, the question.
Okay, so certifying plantation, if you do it right, it's very easy. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works with the other plantations of cashew and rubber, but definitely it can be certified and can be used as a very good source for the garment industry. The main point is, again, to make sure that you have a very controlled monitoring of the way that the raw material is done from the plantation, doesn't matter which plantation, to the factory. That's the main issue. Once you have it well done, then it's okay. The other point is, again, in the factories. The factories must be very committed to have this source of wood and not letting any other source coming in. The point is that many times from plantations like ours, the cost will be a bit higher. And then they try to somehow to get more from other sources instead of getting certified wood like ours. And so here is the main issue, that we have to have also the commitment of the factories to do it. Once they have it, and we can easily manage it all. And I still see, and I agree, that in the long run, there is enough certified wood, can be enough certified wood to meet with the demand in the garment factories. We just have to do it right.
Just to add quickly on that, is that it's also important to keep in mind what is your main product. And here your main product is not firewood. It's to make plywood, to make sawnwood. A cashew plantation, the wood is used for firewood only, almost. So the incentive when you have a low added value product to invest in a lot of paperwork, especially if you are informal business, it's tricky. I think it's going to take much more time for cashew, which is the main source. Rubber can come quicker, but cashew, it will take longer. So that's why, I think this multi-tier approach is important. And that's why we work also together on Wood AI and more simple approach, because you need to have everyone at a basic level, and it will take time to promote certification, I think. But that's the way forward. It will happen, but it will take time, especially for cashew.
Can I just add from the brand point of view, and that's why I would reiterate, that's why it's important for brands to create that market signal that we're interested in certification, engaging with our factories, engaging with program partners, engaging with the local governments to make sure that signal is heard so that everyone can pursue.
Perhaps we also did not mention that the cashews plantations are so fragmented and small and of a small scale that cannot both neither be certified because they don't have the scale to do that, or perhaps the financial and the knowledge to do that, and also the need to do that, and nor the how to say the fact that they needed to, because cashew is a, I mean, it's by definition something that it's not coming from forest.
And very quickly, sorry, if you don't have certification, you can still try to trace it. So you can build on all the work we've been doing together with a simple wood trace. You can try to know where it comes from. Then when you receive it, you can use Wood AI to try to check, is it really what I'm paying for? So you can do things without...
It can be an area where it's coming from, the cham, Campan cham, etc. Yeah. One more question that I would like to ask to Nir. Is the certification a key to credibility? And how can this how your example can accelerate other plantations in getting certified? Do you think it will be inspiring for other plantation to see you having the certification and them yet to work on it?
It's a tough question. Basically, I believe that at the end of the day, it's a really necessity to have the certification, especially for companies like us. The main reason we were doing it was that this allow us to export directly to Europe and to the US. And this is the main issue. The fuel wood is just like a kind of a byproduct. So as much as I know, other plantations that I know, that I have a relation with, is of teak plantations. They also certify their plantations. The point with teak is that it takes longer time, much longer time to harvest. It's around 20 years to harvest, so it goes slower. But plantations usually today, everywhere, must be certified if you want really to be able to sell your products elsewhere in the Western world. So it's definitely needed.
Question there.
Thank you. Hi, a very interesting talk. And I just wanted to ask, because I work a lot with brands and material innovation, and I was wondering if certification could be improved if we also link the certified wood to new materials. So in order, like Tencel uses certified wood, or Spinova, or other new materials coming up in the market that are always interested in, certified wood. So if that could be kind of another excuse to have more certified forests, or what do you think about that? So not just linked to forests that fuel our factories, but also forests that, if there's more certified forests, then you can open up more markets. What do you think about that?
Yes, I think it's a very interesting question. Before I ask our panelists to reply, I would like to say something. First of all, the majority of the wood that is being used in Cambodia is not going to the garment factory. And in fact, it's not going to be in the industrial use to burn at all. The 70% of it is being transformed into charcoal to then cook. it's actually for cooking, the majority of it. That is in the study that we did before. So the garment sector is only using around 15 or 17%, I don't remember, Sopana, of the total wood that is out there. And because we are talking about a GIZ fabric and a garment project, I also would like to say that Cambodia has a peculiar situation where they have a lot of wood and we use it in our sector here. The situation is very similar in Myanmar, but is extremely different in Vietnam or Indonesia, where coal is very much, is still very much available, and brands are trying to decarbonize. So paradoxically, in those countries, by trying the brands to decarbonize, they are reintroducing the biomass. Because not all, in India or in Pakistan, LPG, in Bangladesh also, they are different, the sources are differentiated. LPG is there, coal is there, sometimes wood is there, and other sources as well. But the situation of Myanmar and Cambodia is a bit peculiar. So, yeah. Anyone wants to, this...
Maybe just very quickly, I don't really know what you were talking about, but I think one thing is that you have very little processing factories in Cambodia. If you talk about the man-made cellulosic fibers, we don't have that in Cambodia. So the wood that is produced in Cambodia is mainly for plywood, mainly for flooring. So that's more an issue in Laos and in other countries. So therefore, there is a little leverage from this industry.
I'll just add that more generally speaking about materials certifications, I think there's a lot of opportunity, again, to send that market signal if those certifications, regardless of the type of material, are reliable and trustable. The other component to think about is the consumer demand for it. So from the brand perspective, we're always thinking about what are our consumers looking for, what do they care about, what are they willing to invest in. And in some cases, having certified X, Y, and Z material is going to come with a cost increase. So we're always, as a brand, trying to balance how do we lean into those certifications, because there's a standardized approach, there's certain benchmarks and levels that we feel confident those practices will meet if we source certified whatever. But in some cases, that is more expensive than non-certified material. So there's always that conversation of how to balance those two things.
Okay, we have, these are the last, I think we can get one question only. We have 5 minutes. Please, precise question.
Thank you. I'm Nazma Akhtar from Bangladesh. I'm the labor representative. Actually, you're talking about the certified, about the plantation wood. What is the working condition of the workers, in the plantation workers? And also, you mentioned that Cambodia and Myanmar has some different type of dimension that they need to use the wood for cooking or whatever. But isn't it difficult and it's not affected the climate or environmental issues? And how you treated the workers and what is the wages and how many hours, what kind of environment they are facing and they're working on those areas, because that is also important, not only certify which wood or what materials goes to the production, but who are in the planet, how you respect them. Thank you so much.
So the question is, how is the well-being of the workers in the plantation? And the second question is there another? No, there was another question behind. Let's see if we can manage.
Hi, good morning. I'm Vicky from PFC. I don't have a question, but I would like to add to the answer later on after the panelist. Thank you.
Okay. We don't have a second question. Sorry. Okay. Perhaps you are the most, how to say, equipped to reply the well-being of the workers in the plantation.
Okay, our workers in the plantations, we have two types of workers. We have the workers that are our permanent workers that taking care on the plantation. And then we have the contractor workers that are usually those who are harvesting and bringing the wood to the garment factories. And there's a big difference between the two types because our permanent workers, they get, we're trying to do the best to get everything they need. They're living in our plantations, in camps that we build. We send the kids to school. They get rice, each worker monthly to 25 kg a month. They get fresh water, clean water supply. So I think they're living in a quite good standards. The issue is with the workers that works for the contractors, because we have a contract with the contractor and then he is managing his people. So then those people living in different standards, and the main problem is that they're moving all the time. They're harvesting here, then they go to harvest another site. You have to understand that our plantation is 8,000 hectares. It's kilometers away from one site to another. So they're all the time on the move. And then it's difficult to build for them a constant shelter for them. And they are living where they operate. And then sometimes it's very remote areas. They don't have good access to wood, food, or health care. But we are trying to do whatever we can to support them. So our people, our monitoring people that come every day, they bring them fresh water. And if we can, we provide them the food that they need when they ask for. But the condition of living, it's really in the forest, in the rural areas, yeah.
I would like also to add that being GIZ Fabric a project that works in the garment factory, we had to make a choice to look at the wood that is entering into the factory and the traceability of it. And where was it coming from and what kind of wood had to be used in the garment sectors. Whatever was at the back, going backwards in terms of the social conditions. Now Camagra is actually one of the best, maybe perhaps it's not the case, but in terms of social conditions and other related questions of the plantation, the GIZ fabric could not have really venture in those areas because it's completely out of the scope of the project. But yes, the issues are there. We hope the other projects that are taking care, the Friends of Jerez and WWF are looking after this. We are happy that this first pilot of 5 factories with 4 brands is being taken over by, hopefully by NGO with the support of the EU, and phase 2, much bigger, will be in place, or maybe also together with the MAF. Thank you very much. I think our time is 10:39. Where is Lisa? It's 10:39. She is quite happy. We have finished 1 minute before, and we are, for an Italian moderator, is an achievement. Thank you very much, and we have a nice break now.
Thank you very much, Marcy, to make it excellent this time. And we are wrap up the thought-provoking discussions on the transitioning to certified plantation wood. And right now, we would like to invite all of you to have a refreshment outside the room, just the left side, yeah. So, and we will be back at 11. Please be on time, and we can start our next section on circularity topics. Thank you very much.
Okay, even better. Okay, thank you.
Back. ខ្ញុំបានឈ្មោះខុនពីរំជា Supervisor ផ្នែកតុកាត់សម្រាប់ផ្នែកតុកាត់របស់ខ្ញុំនៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំចាប់ដើមនៅផ្នែកតុកាត់អាសិនគឺខ្ញុំនៅទទួលបាននៅពីកដាត់ពីខាងផ្នែកឃ្លាំងដើម្បីយកប្រកាសមុនប្រកាសខ្ញុំទៅយកប្រកាសហ្នឹងយកមកពលាបាទចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍របស់ខ្ញុំពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងកាកសំណល់យើងអាចកែច្នៃគឺជាសម្ភារៈផ្សេងៗទី1ទី2យើងអាចកាត់បន្ថយបរិស្ថានមួយផ្នែកធំ
I'm so excited that you all this kind of business to our designers. Thank you for participating in this challenge. It's something really unique that we wanted to try.
So I was trying to think of like ways that I could repurpose the fabric scraps, because those are the hardest materials to break glass rather than bigger pieces, and like twisting it and then weaving it into a drink cooler.
Material Banks ខ្ញុំបានឈ្មោះខុនពីរំជា Supervisor ផ្នែកតុកាត់សម្រាប់ផ្នែកតុកាត់របស់ខ្ញុំនៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំចាប់ដើមនៅផ្នែកតុកាត់អាសិនគឺខ្ញុំនៅទទួលបាននៅពីកដាត់ពីខាងផ្នែកឃ្លាំងដើម្បីយកប្រកាសមុនទៅកាន់ខ្ញុំទៅយកប្រកាសហ្នឹងយកមកពលាប្រាប់ចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍របស់ខ្ញុំពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងកាកសំណល់យើងអាចកែច្នៃគឺជាសម្ភារៈផ្សេងៗទី1ទី2យើងអាចកាត់បន្ថយបរិស្ថានមួយផ្នែកធំ
So excited that you all participated in this to our designers. Thank you for participating in this challenge. It's something really unique that we wanted to try.
So I was trying to think of like ways that I could repurpose the fabric scraps, since those are the hardest materials to bring glass rather than bigger pieces, and like twisting it and then weaving it into a drink holder.
ជួយសួរបាទខ្ញុំបានឈ្មោះខុនពីរំជា Supervisor ផ្នែកតុកាសម្រាប់ផ្នែកតុការបស់ខ្ញុំនៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំចាប់ដើមនៅផ្នែកតុកាអាសិនគឺខ្ញុំនៅទទួលបាននៅពីកដាត់ពីខាងផ្នែកឃ្លាំងដើម្បីយកប្រកាសមុតកម្មខ្ញុំទៅយកប្រដាប់ហ្នឹងយកមកពលាប្រាប់ចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍របស់ខ្ញុំពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងកាកសំណល់យើងអាចកែច្នៃគឺជាសម្ភារៈផ្សេងៗទី1ទី2យើងអាចកាត់បន្ថយបរិស្ថានមួយផ្នែកធំ
So excited that you offered this kind of endless to our designers. Thank you for participating in this challenge. It's something really unique that we wanted to try.
So I was trying to think of like ways that I could repurpose the fabric scraps, because those are the hardest materials to repurpose rather than bigger pieces, and like twisting it and then weaving it into a drink holder.
All right, we are going to start our sessions in minutes, and I know that many of you are on conversation, but we have a half schedule and there's some session is going on, so we would like to invite you to keep discuss and come to the room so that we can start our discussion.
Switch your slides, just did you know? Do you want to stand in the middle or you want to stand in there? You like that? Okay. And Sukshiya will call you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
You have done it millions of times.
All right, so I guess everyone is in the room and we are going to start right now for our sections. Yep, so, all right, so I think everyone is here and let's start. Christine?
Hello? It's working?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Hello, very warm welcome to our session on collective action for upstream circularity, sharing experiences and strategies from the region. My name is Christine and I'm working for the GIZ Fabric project, overseeing the environmental work and also our human rights due diligence activities. I'm based here in Phnom Penh. So it's really an honor to see so many faces and so many interested participants in our session. Thank you for coming. Today, we are going to delve into the critical role of collective action in advancing textile circularity. We will hear inspiring experiences across the countries from the region, and we will also hear best practices from the region. I'm very pleased to co-host this session today with my dear colleague Sukshia, whom all of you already met.
Yeah, thank you again, and I am now off the role of MCs, and I'm very happy to join Christine as the co-moderator today. So yes, so as I involve a lot in the textile recycling pilot, let's say textile waste pilot, and I have been involved this for a year. So I'm really, really keen to share and also facilitate this conversation.
We are very truly delighted for our esteemed diverse speakers we have for our session. We have gathered all perspectives into the session, like we have the manufacturer perspective, we have the brand perspective, we are talking about transparency, we have the recycling, the tax handler view, and this is why we have called it collective action, because we believe in order to achieve textile circularity, we have to bring them all on the table. So we will focus on 3 key areas in our session. We will explore the connection between circularity-related EU regulations and its impacts on the manufacturing countries. We will also hear business cases from Vietnam and Cambodia, and we will also gain insights into textile waste handling, sorting, recycling infrastructure from the various countries, and we will touch upon the sustainability challenges that waste management companies face. So GIZ has been working on this topic for the last 2-3 years very intensively in various countries, and I'm very, very happy to bring together these results from these initiatives across the countries today on stage. And I also like to foster this cross-country learning exchange because this is not happening very much because everyone is like working on the circularity in their own country. But today we would like to take this session to also foster this exchange. So yesterday we heard that circularity is more than just recycled material, and everyone agreed, yes, it's more. And indeed, circularity is a very broad topic, so that's why please allow me to clarify that for our today's session, we will mainly focus on post-industrial textile waste. This is a textile waste that is generated during the production processes. And the reason is because as of today, it remains the more accessible and more manageable feedstock for recycling. And because we are focused on the manufacturing countries. So this will be our focus. And also I would like to say, please bear with me, because sometimes we say circularity, but it is not, at the end of the day, it's maybe not truly and fully circular, but we still use the term. And it is also for simplicity, because I could bore you with all the terminology like upcycling, downcycling, fiber-to-fiber recycling, closed-loop fashion, closed-loop recycling, and it will confuse us all. So just bear with us, and we talk about textile waste management and textile circularity. So that as a framing, thank you for that. And I'm very much delighted to get started and dive into the content and the speakers.
All right, thank you very much, Christine. And I think we have all the flow here, as Christine mentioned. And also we have our keynote from Dr. Tantuvius Hossens. He will talk about the impact of EU regulations. So Professor Tanvir is the textile engineer at the National Textile University in Pakistan. And with over 30 years experience in textile garment sector, as a highlighted impressive biography, Dr. Hassan brings the great expertise to our discussions. He will provide us the value insights into the EU regulation related to circularity. Please invite and start your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a profound pleasure and great honor to share my humble thoughts in the presence of such a highly learned audience. And thank you, GIZ, for giving me this opportunity. So the topic is impact of EU regulations on producing countries and textile circularity. So EU is the largest export market for the producing countries, accounting for around 37% of the entire global textile and clothing exports, followed by USA, which accounts for only 14.9%. So different countries depend on the European market to different extent, and the impact of EU regulations obviously will be different on different countries depending upon their dependence on the EU market. We can see Morocco depends around up to 90% for the exports on the EU market, Bangladesh up to 60%, and then we have Myanmar up to 50%, Pakistan more than 40%, Cambodia more than 30%, India more than 20%, and China more than 10%. Now, there is a plethora of EU regulations which are constantly evolving, and for the sake of this short presentation, I'll focus only on the 4 key regulations which might have significant impact on the producing countries which are exporting to EU. At the top of the list, we have the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, and this regulation says it outlines 20 product parameters which has to be taken into account for developing products which are more durable, reliable, repairable, and recyclable. So manufacturers in the production countries need to develop their capability for enhanced durability, reliability, repairability, and recyclability of their products, of course, with minimum environmental footprint. Specifically, manufacturers in the producing countries need availability of required quantity and quality of recycled fibers. Now, when I say required quantity, the quantity of the recycled fibers available at the moment is not enough to meet the targets set by different brands. Only 1% of the total post-consumer waste currently is recycled, but if you have to get yourself certified according to recycled content standard or global recycled standard, for RCS you need minimum 5% recycled content. For global recycled standard, you need minimum 20% of the recycled content in your product, and for more, for some products. So manufacturers also need certifications in order to ascertain the buyers that they have actually used the recycled content. Now, they also need to implement a system for the traceability to prove that they have actually used the recycled content. Now, the next important regulation is the waste shipment regulation. Now, recyclers in the production countries will have limited availability of post-consumer waste for recycling due to 2 reasons. Number 1, according to WSR, there will be stricter control on exporting post-consumer textile waste from EU to non-OECD countries. And secondly, EU is itself focusing on domestic recycling, and this might reduce availability of recyclable textile waste to the producing countries. So, in the light of this, production countries need to develop or improve their own indigenous ecosystem for collecting, sorting, pre-consumer and post-consumer waste, which is currently not up to the mark, so that their dependence on the imported post-consumer waste is not very high. Similarly, recyclers also need to implement sustainable waste management practices. Unless they implement this sustainable waste management practices, they will not be eligible to import post-consumer waste from EU due to this regulation. And of course, recyclers will also need certifications for RCS and GRS. Now, different countries depend to different extent for the imported woven clothing. For example, Pakistan is at the top. More than 800,000 tons of woven clothing is imported by Pakistan. India is also among the top 5 countries. So the more a country is dependent upon the EU waste, the more it should be able to implement sustainable waste management practices in order to continue receiving this imported woven clothing. Now, most of these woven clothing waste from EU comes from these countries, 82% from these 7 countries. So in order to continue getting the post-consumer waste, we need to implement, as a manufacturer or as a recycler, good waste handling practices. The next important regulation is the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. So producers in the exporting countries may be held responsible for the costs of collection, processing, and recycling. And manufacturers also need to contribute to EPR fees for textile waste management. Eco-modulated fees will apply based on product sustainability, recyclability, and durability. And manufacturers need to maintain this and supply data about the content, recycled content, chemical content, repairability, and recyclability of their products under this extended producer responsibility. And last but not least is the Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. So manufacturers as well as recyclers in production countries will have to comply with the stricter EU requirements for human rights and environmental standards. Recyclers need to upgrade themselves. Most of the recycling industries in producing countries is SME or micro industry. So they need some investment in order to upgrade their facilities to comply with the sustainable management of waste. And this might require some cost. Now, these are the key takeaways for the production countries. That the production countries need to build capacity for higher quantity and quality of recycled fibers. When I say quality, mechanically recycled fibers suffer from 2 limitations: the shortage of fiber length and then the fiber strength. So fiber length and strength is not as good in the mechanically recycled fibers as it should be, so they need to improve the quality as well as the quantity. They also need to build the capacity to get relevant certifications such as RCS and GRS. They need to build the capacity to meet transparency, traceability, and digital passport requirement, and they also need to develop their capacity for sustainable management of their waste. Now, this all needs cooperation because recycling or circularity is a shared responsibility, and this collaboration is the cornerstone of transformation, and different stakeholders might contribute in this in different ways. Some in capacity building, some in government in incentivizing, and some NGOs in knowledge sharing. So that's all from my side. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much for these insightful presentations to Dr. Tantuir. It is pretty clear that significant change is approached, especially the supplier need to be prepared for the change. Whether it's ensuring the greater transparencies, adopting sustainable textile waste management practice, or adopting the new policies incentivized for the greater circularity introduced by national government. We will certainly refer back to the value insight discussion panel as well.
Okay, our next esteemed speaker will give us a 10-minute reflection on what we just heard from Professor Tantuir. So Anastasia Hau from H&M, Regional Sustainability Manager, she will share with us how H&M is preparing for all these EU regulations you have just heard, and why H&M has been so also proactive in investing in big recyclers like Circulose and Syra. And of course, she will not shy away from challenges they are also facing on their journey.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Still good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you to Dr. Hussain for setting the scene. And thank you for GIZ for putting on such a fantastic forum. I appreciate that we've got so many esteemed colleagues in the room today. So on that note, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and global partners, as I stand before you today, I reflect on the journey that we have taken at H&M, a journey of transformation, adaptation, and commitment to a circular future. The fashion industry has always been built on innovation, but today the true measure of progress is not just creativity in design, but sustainability in execution. With the EU's evolving regulations on textile circularity, we are being challenged to rethink everything, from the materials we use to the systems that sustain our industry. And as we embrace this change, we realize that compliance is not the destination, but true circularity is. So at H&M, we fully embrace the EU's evolving regulations on textile circularity, whether it's the eco-design requirements, the digital product passports, or the ban on textile waste destruction. These policies are necessary to drive change, but they also present operational and financial challenges. Take traceability, for example. To achieve full circularity, we must ensure that every material, every product, and every process is fully transparent. Yet even with digital tools, tracking the origin and composition of fibers at scale remains difficult. Supply chains are complex, fragmented, and often lack standardized data sharing mechanisms. This lack of visibility makes it hard to guarantee that materials are truly sustainable, hindering our ability to meet regulatory and consumer expectations. Then, of course, there's worker well-being and occupational safety and health. As we push for new recycling technologies and circular production models, we must also consider the human impact. If circularity is to be truly sustainable, it must ensure both environmental and social sustainability, protecting workers as much as it protects the planet. Of course, another challenge we cannot ignore is the financial burden of circularity. Investments in fiber-to-fiber recycling, digital traceability, and circular infrastructure come at a significant cost, one that not all companies, especially smaller brands and manufacturers, can afford. Scaling recycling infrastructure, developing biodegradable materials, and ensuring supply chain compliance require capital, and without widespread investment, progress will be uneven. Additionally, consumer behavior remains a key barrier. While there is growing awareness around sustainability, the reality is that many consumers still prioritize affordability and convenience over circularity. Fast fashion is not just a production model, it's a consumer mindset. Until circular products become as accessible and affordable as conventional ones, achieving mass adoption will remain at an uphill battle. Despite these obstacles, we remain committed to the path ahead. Our goal to use 100% recycled or sustainably sourced materials by 2030 remains a priority, but we recognize that achieving it requires more than setting targets. It requires real, scalable solutions. Our long-term vision is clear. We aim to design products with durability, recyclability, and minimal environmental impact at the core. This means investing in quality materials, designing for longevity, and ensuring that every product has a second life, whether through resale, remanufacturing, or full recycling. That is why we invested in recyclers like Circulose and Syra, ensuring that high-quality recycled fibers are not just an ideal, but a reality. It is why we are working to improve fiber-to-fiber recycling, piloting digital traceability solutions, and advocating for fair and supportive policies that allow circularity to thrive. But perhaps most importantly, we have learned that no company can achieve circularity alone. We need policymakers to support innovation through incentives rather than just regulations. We need supply chain partners to embrace new technologies. We need consumers to rethink their relationship with fashion. And we as brands must take responsibility not just for compliance, but for leading the change. The transition to circularity is not something that we can outsource or hope will evolve naturally. It requires active participation, shared investment, and a collective push to make circular systems the new industry norm. We recognize that circularity cannot happen in isolation. That is why we are actively engaged in pre-competitive collaborations, working with brands, policymakers, and recyclers to build the infrastructure needed for large-scale textile sorting and processing. Setting up sorting infrastructure is essential to ensuring that recycled materials meet industry standards and can be reintegrated into the value chain effectively. Manufacturers play a pivotal role in this transformation by integrating recycled materials into production processes. Recyclers drive innovation by developing technologies that make fiber-to-fiber recycling possible, and policymakers and industry groups must ensure that regulations incentivize circular solutions rather than hinder them. These realizations have reshaped the way we approach collaboration. We recognize that if we want to scale textile recycling, we need open dialogue and shared infrastructure and industry-wide collaboration. If we want to eliminate waste, we must work alongside governments to shape policies that enable circular systems rather than hinder them. As we look ahead, we know that the work is far from over. Circularity is a journey, and while we have made progress, there is still much to be done. Scaling textile-to-textile recycling, improving digital traceability, and ensuring the safety and well-being of workers in circular production systems, making circularity financially viable, remain key challenges. But what gives us confidence is the momentum we are seeing in the industry. More brands, manufacturers, and organizations are embracing this shift, and the path towards fashion is becoming clearer. Circular fashion, that is. The decisions we make today will define the industry for decades to come, and so as we move forward, we do so with a renewed sense of purpose to build a fashion system that is not only more sustainable, but more resilient, more innovative, and more inclusive. The future of fashion is not something that will simply happen. It's something that we must create together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. And thank you for sharing also your commitment and effort into moving towards circular fashion and circular systems. And I know it is still a long journey. I know that many brands have started this journey. They have taken I wouldn't say baby steps, but small steps at the beginning. So we are still at the beginning. And what you were mentioning, what you want to achieve, it's a great vision for the sector. And I really hope that we, by working together, that we are going to achieve this vision of circular fashion. So thank you very much. Let us move on to our next session, where we will dive into concrete business cases, one business case from a recycler and one business case from a manufacturer, where they will share with us why they have taken on a journey towards better textile waste management and towards better recycled products.
Thank you. So we have two staff from Vietnam and Cambodia, and to bring the business case from Vietnam and Cambodia to share with you guys. And so now I would like to invite Sasker. She based in Vietnam, and she is the GIZ team lead on sustainable supply chain and circularities. So welcome to Sasker. And also, at the same time, I would like to invite Tavi Kim. She is the compliance supervisor at One Heda factory. She is the one is playing a key role in improving on the waste management in her factory. All right, so I would start with Tawi because I think let's start with the factory. And yes, I think Tawi, you have a place, a very important role in your factories, and especially you have been joined on the GIZ textile waste pilot to improve on your waste management and also improve on the waste sortings and also waste management at your factory. So that is good. And maybe some of you already heard about the textile waste pilot of GIZ or may not. So the initiative of the textile waste pilot is to enable the textile to textile recycling, and we have involved 11 brands and 21 factories to join these collaborations. And yeah, it's quite a great achievement that we have support the factory to improve this textile waste management and also improve the quality of sorting. All right, so I would like to start with the first question.
Sorry. We were supposed to have chairs on the stage, yeah, so that's why it's a bit, but they are coming now, so I invite you to come up on stage. So that's why you were standing here on the side, because you were not sure whether to go up or to stay here. So they are coming now, and then you can sit down, and then you can continue your conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
All right, so we have already started with the short introduction. So let's start with the first question, I think. So could you tell us a bit about your factory? How was the situation of waste management in your factories? And what is the motivations that bring you in this pilot? Right.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, and thanks for your question. I would like to answer that. Actually, before we joining with the GIZ project in 2024, we also have to join with the waste management project by Biomass in 2013 about the waste segregation, fabric, paper, and plastic. But the project is not specific in color, composition, and type. It's the reason one. And another reason, we for the waste data collection, we only did in manual. We don't have a system for tracking. And we never think much about the fabric waste recycle as long as it was picked up by the recycler. So through the GIZ project and request from the brand to reach the target zero landfill, we start to think about exchange and join with this pilot project to improve our situation. Yes.
All right, very interesting. I think that is a very good improvements. And also, I would also want to know what is the main benefit for your factories and of joining this training, as well as how well and also smooth and what benefit you work with Recycler Sunway.
Yes, of course. We get more benefit from the pilot project. The first thing, we can sell the waste with the higher price to Sunway because we have pre-sorting according to the composition and color and type from the our situation, so we can make the bigger business. And another one, we can improve the heat performance, reach to the laboratory in the waste category, and we can get clear data report in the system. For example, like we can get clear of the date, the volume, the type, the color, and the composition from the recycler that they typing and insert in the system. We can get the data from this. And another one, we can improve the traceability data of waste flow, and transparency data is improved on our performance. And another one, we can share the data to the brand and the manufacturer group annually. So we can show the project outcome to the brand. And another one, we can saving the cost from the waste disposal to the waste collection company. It's the big, it's the good one. And the last one, our worker awareness can improve up the waste management system. Yes.
Wow, that's very impressive. And this is also interesting point for our audience and for the factory here. Some factory might be participate here and can learn how this useful and insightful. For the last question for you, because many factories keep saying that it's not easy to improve on the waste management and also relating to the traceability and so on. So what is your recommendation to them? Is that is possible to improve, and also it is costly to improve the process, and will it take longer, or just want to hear from you? And this should be the interesting points for our audience as well.
Yes, of course. I highly recommend to all the factory to join with this pilot project. I can share my experience. Yeah, we can take the time. We can take the time and take hard to work with this pilot project. We work for 3 months for the topic to make the project successful. The first thing that we need to do first, we need support from management. Yeah, and then we can create the waste management committee to set the role and responsibility clearly. And then we provide the training to show the benefit of the project to the to the PIC, person in charge of the waste management system, to show how can we work on that, what is the benefit of the project, and how can we get the result. So we can join with all the training, that internal and external training, both to improve our knowledge and the situation. And the last one, we can improve the worker awareness by the pilot project. Because after we join the training, the worker awareness will be improved, and we can saving the cost. And the last one, we can that start a bit slow, but it will normal and get the value of the project. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And let's turn into Saskia. And we understand that you have deeply involved in the topic of waste circularity in Vietnam. For example, you conducted the eco mappings on the waste management companies in Vietnam, which is also available in our QR at the wall. So it's a lot of information there you might find out. So you have collaborated with both brand and manufacturers. And so today we would like to hear from you that how your work with recycler like Tăng Nam Trongs or TNT would say, and also what is your effort to achieve this textile recycling solution?
Yeah, thank you, Sokchia, and good morning, everyone. And maybe before I dive into the pilot, let me share, you mentioned the eco-mapping, share some general information on the textile recycling landscape for pre-consumer waste in Vietnam to understand a little bit the context that this took place in. So as of the estimates in that study, we looked at the amount of pre-consumer textile waste in the exporting garment and textile industry, so excluding footwear and also excluding the domestic consumption. We estimated around roughly 250,000 tons of textile waste that are generated annually. Vietnam being quite strong on athletic and sportswear, outdoor and also functional garments, the share of cotton-based is quite low. It's 20%, which I assume is lower than in other countries. Around 35% is synthetic fibers, and then another 45% are blended. Currently, around 60% of that waste goes into recycling. However, it's mostly downcycling. There is very little textile to textile or closed loop recycling happening. The remaining 40% are mainly going into incineration, including waste to energy, and very little goes into landfill. We currently have several mechanical recyclers operating in the country, mainly in the downcycling business. There are no relevant chemical recyclers that can produce fibers at scale at the moment. However, we expect that this will change quite significantly in the next years. We see a lot of advanced recyclers, chemical recyclers, that are interested in Vietnam as an investment market, and we assume that this will change the landscape quite significantly in the next years. And while, of course, this comes with a lot of opportunities for Vietnam to increase the local value generation, it also comes along with some risks. One of them being mainly for the existing actors, especially the smaller businesses, that they are driven out of the market, the existing recyclers. And then also we do see the risk from an environmental perspective that the large advanced chemical recyclers will absorb almost all of the existing feedstock, even though that there may be alternative recycling methods that have much less of an environmental impact than the chemical recycling. So against this background, we started this pilot with the objective to test the feasibility of textile-to-textile fabric within the existing ecosystem with only Vietnamese-owned businesses, and then on that basis also enter into a broader discussion with the industry on adaptive feedstock strategies, so bringing the feedstock where it can maintain its value, but at the lowest environmental costs. We partnered with a local recycler based in Long An in the south of Vietnam, Tan Nam Chung, around 120 employees, so a medium-sized business, and a recycler with a small spinning facility. Their business, when we started the pilot, was they turned around 600 tons of pre-consumer fabric, mainly polycotton based, into downcycled coarse yarn, which was then used for very low value gloves mainly. The business is going well, so also when we started the conversation with that recycler, they didn't really see the urgent need to innovate or to change their operations. But then when we entered into that dialogue also with the support of some manufacturers and brand, they did see the opportunity for them also to capitalize on the existing feedstock stock even in a better way and engage in this pilot. So what was done in this pilot was with the support from technical experts that engaged or brought in market intelligence, their technical skills, and also project management. We collaborated with Tan Nam Chung in testing trials for both woven and knitted pathways. And then through changes in the feedstock composition for both the fiber and then the yarn, they achieved improved quality of the product that they are developing. We also connected them to the fashion supply chain, because so far these recyclers are usually not part of the supply chain. They are at the end of use, of product use in the waste treatment, but they are not looped back into that supply chain. So that was a connection that was made as part of this pilot, and they were connected to the fabric mill Baoming that has a lot of experience and was also willing to invest their time and expertise into this collaboration and support on sensing trials and a minimum order quantity phase, where then the quality was tested on a larger scale. As a result, the partners developed a textile-to-textile fabric with 35% of recycled content, which was then processed into shirts by a manufacturer, Garco 10. And as I mentioned, this was possible mainly through changes in input composition, both for the fiber and the yarn, and also some changes in the technical parameters of the existing machinery. So in the context of this pilot, there was no investment into new machinery, but it was done in the existing setting. The feedback from Tandamchuk is quite positive. They are now planning a capacity of 50 of the 600 tons of their fabric waste for this improved material. They are also, because they realize that with the existing machinery, they may not get the quality that they actually see potential for, so they are considering to invest into new machinery. And they have already sold 70 tons of recycled fiber to an advanced spinning mill, which has these machinery already and is capable of producing higher quality yarn. They also successfully acquired the GRS certificate, also because this pilot was accompanied by measures to improve the working conditions at the recycler, especially on the topic of occupational health and safety. And a nice side effect was also that we found that the short fibers that are a byproduct of this process, they have been sent to an advanced recycler to test for the potential as a potential feedstock for the chemical recycler outside of Vietnam. So we found that an interesting insight as well.
Wow, that's such a detailed case sharings from Vietnam. And I would just start our last question, and I just need maybe a few points for that, and just then we end up for the interview. So what is the key success factor to identify and enabling the textile to textiles for these projects?
Yeah, I will keep this a lot shorter than my previous response. I mean, it has been mentioned already, collaboration is key. This was definitely one of the most important success factors in this pilot, entering into new partnerships with stakeholders that you have not engaged with before. What we also found is that feedstock matters, obviously, and attention to detail for the selection of feedstock is really important. So for Tandamchung, only 50 of the 600 tons that they process actually fall into the category where the uplifting of quality can actually be done. And we also, again, see the need for collaboration on that because, of course, the specifications on the feedstock, that's something that also then the manufacturers need to take into consideration for their sorting at source, and there needs to be closer collaboration between the manufacturers and the recyclers. It also takes time and patience, and also maybe the openness to the possibility of failure. We started with several trials, and the first ones, it didn't work. Yeah? We didn't get the product that we wanted. So it really needed time and patience and willingness to invest that outside of the daily business that was, of course, still ongoing for all the partners that engaged in this.
Yes, thank you very much for your inspiring and also discussion and sharing the case from both countries. So I would encourage the audience in the room to keep conversation during our lunch times with Saskia and Tavis. So for the next section, we would like to start the fostering circularity as a panel discussion, and it will be moderated by Christine. So at the same time, I also would like to invite the panelists that, all right, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Saskia and Devi. A big applause again for them, because it was very interesting to hear the different perspectives, right? We had the factory on the one hand who has advanced their textile waste management on site, and we know that sorting at source, this is how we call it when the factory are already pre-sorted, can be very successful because they can gain more money and more income from selling the waste, right? So the factory has told their business case of, okay, we have received more money for our waste because we have sorted it according to color and composition, like Tavi said. So that was a really nice business case, and we know that there is still some room for improvement from many factories in Cambodia, but also in other countries. And the other business case we heard very detailed on the recycler and their business case. And I just wanted to emphasize that though these were results of pilots, and the pilot always sounds like, oh, a short time in the beginning and the end, but both of the results are being continued, of course. The factory will continue the textile waste management practices they have now started in the pilot, and they will continue. And the same for the recycler, right? He has improved his recycled product. So this is a nice way of showing that it only needs sometimes bit of knowledge and collaboration and capacity building in order to change the practices. So that's why, yeah, very nice business cases. Indeed, we come to our panel discussion, and we have very knowledgeable 5 panelists today. First, we have the recycler's perspective on the stage with Musamal Saeed. Musamal is the Information Secretary of Satyana Industrial Association of Pakistan. And this association is representing more than 150 recycling units. So then we also have on stage, I will introduce all speakers first, and then they come on stage. Then we have Shamyol. Shamyol is a circularity expert with more than over 18 years of expertise across Southeast Asia. But he has a particular focus on Bangladesh, where he also used to work for Global Fashion Agenda, Reverse Resources, and H&M. And we have also Xuan from Vietnam. She brings in the manufacturer perspective, and Skavi is a large manufacturer group in Vietnam. And representing the brand's perspective, we have Koa. Koa is from Adidas, where he works as senior manager of sourcing sustainability, and he's leading the team to implement Adidas sustainability programs, including the waste programs. So, and last but not least, we also have Martina, who is the head of sustainability at ID Factory. And ID Factory is a platform dedicated to achieving greater supply chain transparency. Okay, I would like to invite all the panelists onto the stage. And applause from the participants. Thank you so much. Can you sit according to the picture? All right. Thank you so much. Let me start with Musamal. So Musamal, we heard earlier in the session the story of the Vietnamese recycler, and we heard also that recyclers are, of course, key for circularity. So you have been working in the recycling business for 25 years, which is very impressive. And your association represents, like I said, 150 recyclers. So would you like, please, share with us more about your association, because we don't find that in every country, this recycling association. It's also very unique for Pakistan, and about the business models of the recyclers who are part of your association.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I would like to thank you for the organizer of this wonderful conference and having me here. And this is not fair if I didn't talk about the team GIZ in Pakistan. They really give us as a recycler identification, not even in Pakistan, even outside of the Pakistan because I'm here. So about our association is one of the largest recycling cluster in Pakistan. It started in 1980s in Satyana, Faisalabad city of Pakistan. So if we talk about total number of recyclers in Faisalabad city, it's about 250 recyclers are there. So 150 recyclers out of 250 are in our cluster, in our association. So our cluster has grown into a self-governed entity that operate without any financial support, external financial support. So more than 15,000 workers are working in our cluster. So textile industry in Pakistan, you know, it's very male dominate. So our cluster provide a great opportunity, especially for female workers. So about 60% our workers are female workers in our cluster. So the textile recycling in Pakistan mainly rely on mechanical recycling. Currently 90% of waste we recycle come from pre-consumer industrial waste, and 10% you can say it's a post-consumer waste. So we get that waste from the textile companies across Pakistan. Approximately 0.5 million ton textile waste we recycle in Pakistan annually, including denim fabric, knitting fabric, weaving waste, and spinning mill waste as well. After sourcing the waste, it's sorted based on its composition and then convert into the fiber through mechanical process, recycling process. So normally we sell our recycled fiber to the textile companies in Pakistan, which use it to manufacture products, export to EU, USA, and other part of the world. Thank you.
All right. And Musamman just mentioned that the recyclers, they collect also the textile waste, the post-industrial or pre-consumer, it's the same thing, just to not confuse the people, from the factories, right, from the garment factories. So that's why let's turn to Xuan. The SCAVI group, manufacturing group, operates 7 facilities in Vietnam. And so what are your current challenges in the textile waste management in Vietnam and also at the factory level?
Okay. Well, I would like to share a bit first about Vietnam textile waste management. So currently, Vietnam have about 8,000 manufacturers of textile and garment, and annually we generate about 250,000 tons of pre-textile waste, excluding the contribution of footwear and local production. So 60% of the waste are currently recycled via basic mechanical or thermomechanical processes. So it constitutes predominantly downcycling into lower quality products. About the rest, 40%, is directed to waste to energy facility or other disposal method, which is a landfill. So advanced textile recycling technology, so that chemical recycling is a promising solution for the harder to recycle textile waste. So the current textile management practices in Vietnam present 3 key challenges. The first challenge is inefficient waste management efforts. So, you know, even though the waste sorting effort has started, but there is a significant potential to enhance these practices further in manufacturers to enable more efficient textile recycling. Second challenge is that the network is highly, fragmented. Okay, Vietnam has more than 200 waste facilities, including waste collector, aggregator, processor, and recycler. This network is very fragmented and lacks transparency, so it's complicated the waste traceability and due diligence processes. The third challenge is occupational hazards. So waste facilities often face compliant issues such as with noticeable health and safety concerns. Okay. But despite the challenges, Vietnam we have a substantial opportunity to become a global hub for textile circularity by enhancing the domestic waste sector and adapting recycling, advancing recycling technology a crucial step moving forward. Yeah. And relating to scurvy, I think we're the same our challenge, our difficulty are the same, like in the pictures of Vietnam.
It's an interesting picture, and I think it's similar in other countries as well. So Samuel, did it resonate with you what Shuan said? Is it also the same for Bangladesh, or can you share and add to the list that Shuan just said? What are the difficulties in textile waste management practices?
Thank you for the question, Christine. Let me just start by setting the scene a little bit for Bangladesh, right? So Bangladesh is the second largest manufacturer of apparel in the world, which also means we are the second largest generator of post-industrial waste coming from the apparel industry or the apparel manufacturing processes in the world, right? Yet, waste management is not necessarily a problem for us. I mean, we have very little textile to textile recycling within Bangladesh, but majority of our waste actually finds a credible and sustainable recycling solution within the global value chain. So at present, majority of the waste that's generated in the country is either getting downcycled or upcycled, so upcycled into handicraft products or downcycled into like stuffing for mattresses or other use cases within the country. There are two recyclers that we have, textile to textile recyclers, mechanical recyclers who are recycling it into fibers within the country, but majority of the recyclable waste is actually moving out of Bangladesh to countries like India and other neighboring countries, but they are also getting recycled into new textile fibers. So that's just about setting the scene of what the waste volumes, and what the use cases are. In regard to the challenges, so when we talk about getting the waste from the manufacturer to the recycler, right, we need to understand that waste has been, the story of waste is almost as long as the story of manufacturing, right? Manufacturing in countries like Bangladesh or in our parts of the world started in some countries 40 years ago, some countries like India, Pakistan probably hundreds of years ago. So as long as the industry existed, the problem of waste was always there. And because it was not very highly, brands or NGOs and other international communities, they did not really pay attention to this as a problem. A very robust ecosystem, grew on its place to try and take care of this problem. Now, of course, with added attention from the global communities toward this problem, this will probably not change overnight, but to implement sustainability and traceability within this will take some time. Now, the reason I bring this up because I'm, of course, will say in the example of Bangladesh, but it is evident not only in Bangladesh, but also in other textile manufacturing countries, is people now have started to realize that, as Martin was saying yesterday, that where you see waste, I see gold, right? But these companies, these waste management companies, they saw it even 20 years ago, 40 years ago, right? So they have been seeing it for quite a long time now. Which also means because of not a very high attention from governments or from other organizations, there is an element of criminal activity that is associated with this sector, which means the free movement of this waste from the source to the recycling solutions is at times hindered by the involvement of these informal, let's say, muscle men or informal actors. So that's the reality on the ground. But beside that, textile reuse, recycling has been prevalent in our country for the last 30 years, as long as the industry existed. And with the, it has been in the last 3 to 4 years where I'm also relating to the conversation that was, by Saskia and Thavi in the previous interviews, and of course from all the activities that's been going on in Cambodia as well. Bangladesh also started in working with its manufacturers through projects like Circular Fashion Partnership, Switch to Circular Economy, to try and help manufacturers see the potential of waste, how you can actually convert it into a resource. So by implementing segregation at source, which means making sure the waste generated in the factories are segregated, that means free of contamination, can be kept and packed and labeled separately, not only will reach higher value when it comes to a recycler, but even recyclers have commented that because of that level of cleanliness, they're able to now make better quality recycled yarn, which probably has better, new apparel manufacturing solution possibilities. So yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, thank you for taking us also a bit into the history, right? That textile waste management has been always there, but now it gets the attention what it also deserves. But it also brings us here, right? We have a brand and a recycler, a local recycler on the same stage. I think 5 years ago this was not possible. So yeah, let me turn to Koa. We heard from H&M already, like how they are doing the circularity journey. I'm not asking you for the whole journey, but I want to know how important is the textile waste management and circularity for you on a scale from 1 to 10?
Well, regarding to circularity and textile waste recycling, for Adidas, I would say we are almost at 8. Yeah, I can explain why we come up with the 8. Actually, many of you know that our Adidas, we have highly promote reducing and recycling the material and adapt into our product, right? And actually, for Adidas, we have established the very ambitious target, to fully adopt the recycled polyester into our apparel and the footwear product, actually by 2024. And for last year, we have achieved great result, I would say. And we have the several key product items made from 100% recycled polyester. And if you are the fan of the football, you may know Real Madrid, right? So actually, our Real Madrid home jersey is made from 100% recycled polyester. Yeah. Another initiative I would like to share here is the project we made since 2019 that is meant to be remade. Yeah. So actually, the concept of the project is, okay, when you use the Adidas product and one day, okay, it's old and then you want to throw it away. So instead of throw it away, so then you can send to us. So then actually you can use that one to make the new piece of the product. That is the concept. And then in 2023, we successfully scaled it from prototype, back in 2019, to full commercial made to remake apparel and footwear collections across different categories. Yeah, so that's about the product. So in addition, we also explore the different dimensions to increase the value in our supply chains. So for our supply chain with the supply partner, we define the clear target to require our supply partner to divert the waste from landfill, to divert the waste from incineration. It means they need to focus on recycling, they need to focus on the waste to energy. So of course, based on our hierarchy, recycling is the top prioritization. Yeah. And for last year, 2024, we would say, yes, supplier, they have the great achievement. They contribute up to us like more than 97% the waste diverted from the landfill. And that percentage, I would say, is similar to the textile waste as well. Yeah. So that is some sharing about, okay, why we come up to the 8. Yeah. Thank you.
It's very interesting. More and more brands are coming up with specific waste targets and this waste hierarchy, what they want to see from the manufacturers. And also in order to achieve HIC or other frameworks, you have to move towards circularity. Right. So it's interesting to hear that you have also this waste management guideline for your suppliers, right? Let me have one follow-up question on that. How do you also support your suppliers in implementing better waste management practices?
Right, I think, yeah, it is challenge, you know. I believe many of you here, you agree with me on the point that some suppliers, yes, they are very good on the management system. They have the people, they have the systems. Internally, you know, they trade back from, you know, their side to the, you know, waste handler to the recycling. But I would say the majority of the facility, they still have the many challenges. For instance, they don't have the rubber system to do the waste separations or waste storage, or, you know, track the waste, right, from their facility to the other recycling vendors. So for Adidas, we, yes, the years we work with our supply partners slowly, yeah, to improve their waste management system, especially, you know, recycling as much as possible. So there are several steps I can share with you now. So first, we create the very foundational platform. It's more about, you know, the people, it's about the management system, and also provide the guidance to help our supplier to understand about our expectation about waste separations, our expectation about the waste management hierarchy. For instance, okay, we prioritize, you know, yes, for the current status of the facility operation, we prioritize the recycling, for instance. Yeah, so we think that is very critical, yeah, beginning step, you know, to increase the competence level from our facility before on operation work. And the second, we create the clear waste flow by providing the visibility on the waste generation and the waste treatment. So by asking our supplier, you know, monthly input the data into our system, so then from outside we can have visibility on the amount of the waste facility that generates, yeah, monthly. We also understand the most common, the treatment approach facility they use, and from that one we can analyze and advise facility, okay, what is the best way they need to approach to improve their waste diversion. And in terms of team competence, we also provide different technical training and workshop. Yeah, so we gather the suppliers. Okay, we create a chance for them to talk with each other, to learn from their peers, and we also from outside day by day, we also provide the advisory about the treatment technology, as well as yes, the qualified vendors. So then, yes, they ensure that, okay, they work with the rubber vendors. And last but not least, we also aware that, okay, building the healthy ecosystems, I would say, you know, the connection from facility to the NGO or association, for instance, GIZ or the recycler is very important. So we strengthen that part and make the connections so that by the end of the day, supplier, they can utilize that kind of connection and learn a lot from, for instance, the GIZ, like the project in Cambodia last year. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to hear that you collaborate with your suppliers on that topic, and not just passing on your requirements and let them alone. So that's good. And what is also interesting to hear that you are collecting this waste data, you are following the waste flow, and to understand what kind of disposal method or recycling method makes sense. So, and that's my word for you, Martina: data, transparency, and we also heard it in the morning. It's very crucial for all the regulations that are coming up. So, you as a transparency expert, so yeah, what kind of data and how does more and transparent data support the circularity?
You know what's fun? That actually we had this conversation over lunch yesterday. I didn't ask how you got to the 8 score point, not about that, but actually more on how to engage suppliers. Because at the end, when we think about data, waste management, data to actually boost circularity, we forget that who's the owner of this data. Because today, if you think about who's actually owning the information about the waste stream on the factory floor, that's not the technology itself that is going to provide the answer. I feel bad when I say I work for a technology provider. Like yesterday, everyone was saying, how do you see technology? Do you see it as a tool to boost efficiency or to make it good, like for people, as a force for good? And everyone said just for production purpose. I mean, I work for a technology provider for the opposite reason. And I do that because I do really feel that the best way to support circularity at scale through traceability is actually by empowering the people that own the data on the factory floor. So engaging these suppliers. But if we got to the point where, like, how do we do that? So then, how do we really engage these suppliers? How we do provide them the tools to stand out and use this data not just for a compliance exercise, but really to bring value out of them. So seriously, I'm meaning not just social, environmental value, but also economic value, because that's a resource. Aisha was saying, it's like where you see waste, I do see gold, because that's a resource. They're not exploiting enough. And if I had to tell you which data we're gathering, there is a really long list about all the gold mine they have in their factories, warehouses, and they don't exploit. They see it as a cost, because warehouse management is a cost. They see it as a duty, because they need to report to brands about new processes and new reporting standards. I mean, as the D Factory, we are also experts within the textile working group in SERPAS 2, supporting the European Commission on the drafting of this new regulation, the ESPR we saw before, the co-design for sustainable product regulation that will bring out the concept of digital product passport in the market. And if we think actually how this has been defined and who are the people that will have to provide the data that will end up on the DPP, that's the suppliers. And so I want to address one point that Anastasia from H&M was pointing out before. We need to create this circularity infrastructure. And this circularity infrastructure doesn't only need to have recyclers, brands, and experts on the table and manufacturers, but actually do really need to have the capital for making this infrastructure, make the investments, have the technology for tracking these data streams, because it's not just about waste, but there are a lot of data that are missing also in the linear production model. So we need a system to gather all this information to make them useful for each actor. But as for circularity, if you think about what's a sustainable product, it's not enough to say I'm selling a sustainable product to the customer, because if then they buy it and throw it away, I mean, your objective, then you're missing the point. What we really need is doing the exactly same thing with the suppliers, because if we're not able to engage them at this point, we will never be able to deliver a product that's circular. So I will reframe the answer to your questions. So which data do we gather and how we gather them? Actually, what I'm doing at the factory, I'm supporting the dialogue between brands and suppliers to train not just the brands, but the suppliers on the ground to feel, let's say, empowered to share the data that they own in order tomorrow to have not simply customers on the table, brands on the table, and recyclers, but having those actors playing an active role. So I feel like a moderator of this dialogue rather than really a producer or a key stakeholder.
Yeah. Also, thanks for bringing up, of course, the whole infrastructure and the investment that's needed. We can see some investments, but it's far not enough, and I hope this will grow in future. And of course, the supplier engagement. I think it directly leads me to Shuan. Like, Shuan, how are you engaged in that topic, or how are you engaged by your customers? And then how do you deal with the waste management companies, right? Because you are in that middle.
Okay, well, I could share like this. Like others manufacturers in Vietnam, when we work with waste collector, we usually do the waste sector had been there for many years, like he had just shared, right? There's nothing wrong to do with their compliance and everything. So certainly when we have some new brands coming, asking for different things, then we need to really look at how the way we work with the waste collector. So Scavi, I think it's all of you have just listened to what have been sharing in the room today about upcoming legislation in the futures, and brands may impose stricter compliance requirement on the waste vendor. So for example, like last year we started working with a brand, and they require all of the waste, they require all of their manufacturers have to pre-qualify the waste waste handlers, and then the waste handler have to be final approved by them before we can start selling the waste. Okay, so to be proactive, we need to work differently compared with the current way we're looking right now, focusing by prioritizing and focusing on some selected waste collector in order to meet the requirements, upcoming requirements of the brands. Yeah. So we may need to do further than just license check or on-site visit, but we need to think of like adopting some assessment tool to assess things further. Yeah.
Yeah. It's sorry, there was some noise, but I think I
I'm
heard
sorry.
everything.
I'm not sure I answer your question correctly, because the noise from there is difficult for me to hear.
Yeah, from the microphone. Yeah. No, you answered it perfectly fine, because we came from the brand who has requirements for the manufacturers to send it to recycling, and then we heard this is the waste flow and the waste data we need, and now we are at your point where you're saying you're working with the waste handlers, but you're facing also challenges to work with them, right? Because you usually ask for licenses, but we heard also it's quite informal sector, quite scattered sector, and it also faces some social and environmental challenges. And this is exactly where we wanted to go and to look at, because the social and environmental challenges, maybe Musamal, because you are an expert in the recycling and the waste handling. So what is it, where are the challenges when it comes to compliance and social and environmental issues?
Yeah, there is challenges because no one is perfect, and I do agree with my panelist. So as a recycler, if we compare ourselves with the textile industry in Pakistan, we are not that advanced like these companies are. Even though we are in this business from past 50 years, but our sector didn't grow up like these companies. So we do have a good, technically we do have a good command on our recycling process, but we did lack the knowledge about technology, advanced technology requirements, social and environmental standard for our sectors. For example, health and workplace safety issue, fire safety issue, and the international certification about social and environmental, and yeah, so something like that. Some issues are there. So there is some recyclers which are using chemical to decolor, especially the denim fabric and knitting fabric. They using the chemical and they using a huge amount of water. And the water waste treatment, there is no commercial solution available every unit have to identify their own solution. So the support is missing. Past from 1 year with the support of GAZ and NTU, National Textile University team, we organizing some training sessions for our workers and management to improve ourselves and to get there. Like we are doing training on different topic like the work and health and safety for the workplace, for the SOPs, for PPs for the workers, and especially on the advancing of the machinery. So after we are seeing the good result, and the other recyclers are also installing the same parts. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's great that you mention it, because I know that GIZ has also worked very closely with your cluster and has supported many of your SMEs, recyclers, in advancing their technology, doing some retrofitting activities, and also supporting on training and workshops for compliance-related issues. Yeah. So Shamuel, if you hear these realities of the waste handlers, and we know that without the waste handler, circularity will not, waste handler and recycler circularity will not work. So what is your experiences when it comes to these sustainability challenges in the sector, which has not been an issue before because nobody looked at it or was interested in that?
Well, as you correctly said that, waste handlers are really important cog in that whole wheel of circularity, right? So we need to understand who are these waste handlers, right, or waste management companies. They are the people who started their business by coming to your facilities and collecting your waste when you did not want anything to do with it, right? You wanted to produce finished products, apparels, and did not want to think about this waste. It's those guys who used to come in, collect that waste, and make sure it's not, hurting your eyes to look at. Now, they have grown to become much more inclusive, right? So they are not only collecting, but they have started collection, they are doing sorting, they are doing segregation, they are doing aggregation, and they are also supplying to recyclers, right? So they are a really important part. They play a very crucial role which a manufacturer alone cannot play. So when this conversation about recycling of textile to textile solutions started to come in the industry, the first thing that all brands, manufacturers, even recyclers wanted to explore, how can we get the waste directly from its source to the recycling solutions, right? So from the factories to the recyclers. Unfortunately, that system or that thought process was very soon abandoned, because no manufacturer can single-handedly solve this problem for a recycler. And not a single recycler can actually single-handedly solve that problems for the manufacturer, because manufacturers are usually making different composition, different colors, different types, different volumes of waste across a certain period. Whereas recyclers, they specialize either on blended textile or on cotton rich or on synthetic rich, right? So they need to make sure they have sufficient volumes in sufficient composition, sufficient colors. It's the waste management companies who are able to do that, because they can go and collect this waste, not from one, but from many different sources. So one collector probably works with 10, 20, 50 manufacturers within a geographical area. They collect all that waste, they bring it all together. They do the segregation, aggregation, and then they can supply to the recyclers as per their requirements. So yes, they are absolutely very important part of this whole value chain. But what also needs to happen is we need to make sure we are including them in part of the solution that we're talking about. Because they were part of the solution when we didn't know that was a problem. But now, when we want to have more transparency and traceability into the value chain of where our waste is moving, how it is getting recycled, we need to make sure that we are including these players and supporting them to come up to the level that we would want them to. right? For example, so we have brand representatives here. We have H&M, we have Adidas, we have VF on the house. Value chain actors or these recyclers, or sorry, waste handlers, they are not yet recognized as a formal part of their supply chain or the formal part of their value chain, though they are directly dealing with the waste coming from the manufacturing of orders, for these brands as well. So when we start to include them into the solution, start having discussions with them, start sharing, what the ambitions are, how can they become more formalized, how can they become a part of the formal value chain of a brand so that a brand can openly recognize them as part of the supply chain, we will start to see the changes necessary towards a more sustainable and circular waste management practices within the industry. And that also goes for traditional recyclers as well. I know that there are new innovative recycling technologies coming. We have brands associating themselves, funding, collaborating with these new age recycling technologies, which are yet to prove their feasibility at scale, because most of them are still at a pilot scale, and we hope that changes soon, that we soon have large-scale recycling solutions that are the magic bullet that's needed to solve all our waste problems. But for now, we are still relying on mechanical recycling, majority of which has been operating in the industry for 10, 20, 30, 50 years even. And because these technologies are so old, what we do need is they also need our support, the industry support, not only in terms of knowledge transfer, but also financial inclusion, help with public-private partnerships, to help them upgrade those facilities, to help them improve their capabilities so that they are able to produce higher quality, better quality raw materials that can be adopted by these brands into their newly made products with recycled contents.
Yeah, thanks for emphasizing the local and the domestic recycler structure that we should support and enhance and work with and collaborate with, and not only waiting for the fancy chemical recyclers that are coming in the next 3 to 5 years in the market. But Shuan, this is exactly what you're doing, and what you were also doing with the GIZ Vietnam, that you have started to work with these waste handlers and recyclers, and you have, but tell me about it, you have come up with a tool for these recyclers or the collaboration with the waste handlers?
Yeah, I would like to share about the PQ. That's a abbreviated term we can't, okay? But it's an pre-qualification assessment tool developed by GIZ. And the tool evaluates waste handler, including like collector, pre-processor, recycler, beyond just paper check. And it focuses on what really happening on the ground or in the operations of the waste facility. So PQ, they look at 7 topics. I can give you an example, like the topic that we are very much care about, for example, labor, whether the labor worker are safe, whether the labor worker are treated fairly and paid properly. This is very crucial because you know that worker working on those on the waste sector are mostly like unskilled, older women, come from vulnerable community. And PQ also evaluate recycling capacity, how many % the waste is actually recycled, and can we trace where the waste goes. I think those are very much like pay attention when working with the waste sector. And we, together with the team, we do the pilot test of PQ in 6 waste facility in Vietnam. And the waste handler and the result were very promising. The waste handler really appreciated it because when we do it, PQ don't just point out the problem, but also guide them towards improvement, how to make improvement. Okay, and for me, I try on some on-site evaluation representing SCOVY, and together with the team, we have the waste handler to identify risks, and also after the assessment, we encourage them to set up a trauma and improvement plan focusing on critical working conditions and fire safety.
Yeah, and if I add to that, the main idea of the tool is that we are avoiding the risk that now everyone is approaching Musamal and want to start auditing the waste handler and the waste management companies, because the discussion is ongoing whether the waste handler and waste processor and recyclers are part of the supply chain of the brand or not. This question is not being answered yet, and if you take the due diligence legislation at CSDDD, then this discussion is ongoing there. And if they become a formal part of the supply chain, then these questions will come up of the compliance and the challenges you see there. And this tool is there for the sector to avoid that now every brand is approaching these actors. Is that correct?
The tools are there for, the purpose of the tool is to, the purpose of the tool is, as we have shared about the, from the beginning about the, the ambition of Vietnam to become textile circularity hub, and then the challenge of the current waste management in Vietnam, and also many manufacturers, we don't have a assessment tool to do the assessment, so that's why the tools were there to have, and the purpose is to have driving the, not only have an assessment, but if we consider it in the last scale, like Vietnamese scale, it can have to drive compliance and transparency. So it's like happening back on the stakeholder involved, like from manufacturers, brand, waste collector, recycler who involved in that. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, Koa, would you like to add to that discussion whether these actors are part of the formal supply chain of a brand, or how do you see them in your supply chain? What role do they play as they are managing the waste?
Yeah, I will make it short. Yes, actually, from Adidas, we recognize the importance of the human rights and also the working condition of the labor. For years, we work on that, on the due diligence, actually because we aim to identify, address, evaluate, and also communicate out the risk of the adverse human rights and also environmental impact through the supply chains. And from outside, we also develop the workplace standard, so that to safeguard the employee and workers, and most of those actions we also valid for waste handler and recyclers. So then from our waste management guideline, we also develop the checklist. And from our requirement, actually the supplier, they need to conduct the due diligence with the waste stakeholder, when they're working with, So actually it is a part of the strategy as well, in terms of the managing the waste, not only from facility, but also, supply chains down to recycling,
All right, I just got the sign that we have to close down the panel, but let me ask just a final question to Martina. We keep on talking about collective action, and we heard it several times that there is a collaboration needed between these actors. So would you like to say a few words from the flow of the waste data and the transparency and traceability between all these actors? How would you like to see this collaboration going? What is your wish list, short wish list?
I'm gonna answer with really literally two words. I see it as the only way we can collect all this information throughout the entire flow and convey them to the final user, the customers, and then take back and manage all the waste stream that will come afterwards, is through a tool that has already been presented by the European Commission, and it's going to become a legislation soon, which is the digital product passport. I know I'm in a minority on this stage speaking about technology, but I really see the power of this tool to make this collaboration happen. And for all of you who are interested, we are actually conducting a study aimed at identifying which is the maturity assessment of company with respect to these European requirements within the ESPR. So if you want to reach out even afterwards and participate, the aim is to really support also the European Commission having an idea of what actually companies are doing in the sector and what would be required by them to do. And the final result will be also supporting them with training, structured training. This assessment is aimed for brands. The training will be aimed for all stakeholders that need to be supported in the process, especially suppliers.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you all of you for your inspiring words, for bringing some clarity in the discussion of textile waste management and circularity. And yeah, I thank you very much for being here. And I can only encourage all of you to come up to the speakers and have bilateral talks to go deeper into the topic, as it is quite complex and challenging to capture everything in one panel. So yeah, please, they are all available to keep on discussing with you. Thank you so very much. And I think Sukshia is allowing you to go to lunch.
Yeah, he is.
But first we want to go
have a random applause
nice
for our
applause
panel.
to the panel.
Thank you also to Christine for moderating and Sukchea. If you want, because we're going to show the backdrop for the lunch break, so if you guys want to move off stage, then it's probably a little more comfortable. But one more random applause for our panel, please. Thank you so much. We really enjoyed that. I hope for all of you there were some new perspectives in there, some actionable key points to take away. As Christine mentioned, this is the group sitting at that table here in the front, so if you have any follow-up questions, do let them know. We also have prepared a few gifts for our speakers, which you can find at the table over there. And my colleague Bun Long can answer any questions. We did a very nice pilot on using waste and turning it to get away from that waste mindset and turning them into products through a great competition with some designers, so you can find those there. I would also like to thank my colleagues Christine and Sukchea for moderating this morning. I now just have the very easy task of telling you guys what's happening for the rest of the day and where you can get lunch. So for the upcoming sessions, you have a choice. We in the ballroom, which is this one, we will start again at 2 p.m. If you have any questions on the rooms and the times, the QR code that's on top of your table, you can just scan that, and that has the agenda for you if you want to double check later. But in the ballroom, we will resume at 2 p.m. That's stream 1 from our website. Stream 2 happens in the ABC room. It starts already at 1:30, so your lunch break is going to be a little shorter, which will be on the Business Development for Sustainability Services, hosted by the European Chamber of Commerce in Cambodia. So you basically have the choice between Stream A and Stream B. In Stream A, in this room, we will start with a keynote on strengthening worker voices for an inclusive and sustainable industry, and afterwards move to a panel on meaningful worker engagement as a pillar of corporate due diligence. Then again, we have 2 breakouts where you can choose either or. So we'll start with some inputs, but then move to breakout sessions. The rooms for those, no need to remember them. We'll walk you there and then we'll walk you back. So the only thing you need to decide right now is, do you want to start in room ABC at 1:30? Or do you want to focus on worker voices and an inclusive industry in ballroom 1 in the afternoon? Lunch will be on the first floor, so you just walk out and into the restaurant on the other side. If you have a look at your name tags, in the back of them you have the lunch vouchers. If you for some reason didn't get one, just check with my colleagues at the registration and sign in, and they can give you one of the missing ones. So you can head to lunch there. That's also the same place where we will do dinner. So you can also have dinner there at 6:30. Same thing, there's also a dinner voucher in there. So now until 1:30 or 2 o'clock, I would say go and enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back in this room at 2 p.m. Thank you.